Chapter 409. The immortal dragon emperor, who was standing in the center of the eternal demon realm, suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He shuddered. Strange. Why do I feel like someone is plotting against me? He looked around but didn't find anything. Dragon Emperor, what are you doing? The clan leader of the Heavenly King Thunder Bear tribe looked at the immortal dragon emperor in confusion and frowned. It's okay. The immortal dragon emperor waved his hand calmly. He looked calm, but he was panicking inside. Damn it, the ancestor has traumatized me. Boom. At this moment, the sky shook again. This time, the human clan from the Chaos Imperial realm arrived in time. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the human clan here, they did not have to worry about the other two clans. The Wuji dynasty, the Void God Heavenly Palace, and the Falling Flowers sect. Oh my god. I'm afraid the three strongest clans in the Firmament territory are going to fight again in the past hundreds of years. Moreover, it's in the forbidden zone of the Black Death Mountain. Hiss. Many cultivators widened their eyes in excitement. They were looking forward to what was going to happen next. They're all here. Ning Tian glanced into the distance. Di Wuji, Void God Emperor, and a group of experts from the Primal Chaos Imperial realm were rushing over. After all, the Death Bell was a quasi-divine artifact that contained the law of death. It would be strange if they didn't come. However, Ning Tian did not bother to greet them. He did not want to expose himself. It was his style to kill them when they least expected it. Haha, I didn't expect the Black Death Mountain to be so lively. At this moment, a soft chuckle sounded. A young man waving a folding fan slowly descended from the sky. Hey! Why is this guy here? Seeing this familiar figure, Ning Tian frowned slightly. Why is this damn fortune teller here? Can't he just stay in the Heaven Secret Pavilion? In the sky. The young man in white who was waving his folding fan was the pavilion master of the Heaven Secret Pavilion, Chen Gajiang. Pavilion Master Chen. Greetings, Pavilion Master Chen. When they saw Chen Gajiang, not only Di Wuji and the others, but also many experts from the demon race and devil race bowed to him. After all, although the Divine Secret Pavilion was a force in the chaotic imperial realm, they had always maintained a neutral stance. He only calculated the fate of the heavens and did not participate in human affairs. This had always been the style of the Pavilion of Divination. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the devil race or the monster race, many people respected him. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to worry about me. I'm just looking around to see what's going on. Chen Gajiang waved his fan and looked around as he spoke. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a certain spot. F***ck this damn fortune teller, don't tell me he saw me. Ning Tian frowned when he saw Chen Gajiang's gaze and the slight smirk on his face. If this damn fortune teller dared to come over and interrupt his plan, he would definitely beat him up. It seemed that Chen Gajiang guessed what he was thinking. His eyes widened and he walked over with a smile while fanning himself. Aya, I didn't expect to see fellow Daoist Ning Buxu here. Ning Tian's face darkened. This damn fortune teller was obviously doing this on purpose. He was still thinking of hiding in the dark so that he could strike first and catch them off guard. Chen Gajiang's shout. Oh ho! His plan was ruined. Little wife, get ready to fight. Ning Tian said to Su Yuyaro with a cold smile. He glared at Chen Gajiang, who was walking over with a smile. This damn fortune teller, he would let him experience what it meant to be a critical hit to a single dog. Okay. Su Yuyaro nodded. Ning Buxu? F***ck. Is he the Ning Buxu who tricked millions of cultivators in the Chaos Emperor realm? It's said that he and the Void God Emperor are good friends. It's over. The Void God Heavenly Palace is in luck this time. It seems that the Void God Heavenly Palace is determined to win the Death Bell. Hearing Chen Gajiang's words, the surrounding cultivators instantly became lively. The three clans of the Firmament territory looked over at the same time. However, the faces of two clans instantly darkened. The immortal Dragon Emperor swallowed his saliva. How the hell did he meet the ancestral master here? Fortunately, this was not the home of the immortal dragon clan. Even if the ancestral master destroyed the death bell, he would not be hurt. The death bell was not important. It was enough to protect the clan. As for the Void God Emperor, he burst into tears when he saw Ning Tian. F***ck. Why was there such a malefic star everywhere? F***ck. I'm crying. Brother Void God, why are you so excited? Well, with Ning Buxu here, the Void God Heavenly Palace will have a much higher chance of winning the death bell. Sigh, I'm so jealous. Beside him, Master Luo Hua of the Chaos Emperor realm looked at the Void God Heavenly Palace with envy. Hearing this, the Void God Emperor cried even harder. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of you, big star. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Ning Tian. Ning Tian's plan to hide himself and take them by surprise was completely useless. It seemed that he had to think of another way. All of this was thanks to Chen Gejiang. Daoist Ning, long time no see. Chen Gejiang looked at Ning Tian with a smile. Yes, long time no see. Ning Tian's lips curled into a kind smile. He walked toward Chen Gejiang with Su Yuyaro and said with a smile, Come, Pavilion Master Chen. Let's catch up. Ahem, there's no need to catch up. Well, I have something to do. Let's talk later. Chen Gejiang seemed to realize that something was wrong and wanted to escape. Talk your ass. Concubine, go. Ning Tian shouted. In an instant, the husband and wife worked together to beat up Chen Gejiang. So, under everyone's gazes, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's lord was beaten up by the good-natured couple. TSK. It was too horrible to look at. Sigh, this guy ran away again. Ning Tian shook his head slightly and sighed. Chen Gejiang was a damn fortune-teller. He didn't know his strength, but his escape speed was first class. On the side. Seeing this scene, many experts looked at Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro with deep fear in their eyes. The kind couple could beat up Chen Gejiang, which meant that their strength was definitely not simple. Ning Buxu, Di Wuji watched from the side. This time, he didn't take the initiative to spar with Ning Tian. After all, the most important thing was to get the death bell in the Black Death Mountain. As for when to spar, it would have to wait until after the Black Death Mountain. Dong, at this moment. In the Black Death Mountain, a bell rang. A terrifying aura of death shrouded out. At this moment, the barrier of the Black Death Mountain shattered. In an instant, everyone looked at the unknown darkness, their eyes filled with deep seriousness. The life-forbidden zone, it finally opened. Everyone was stunned in place, not daring to rush forward. Hubby, what should we do now? Just as everyone kept quiet and looked at the darkness, Su Yuyaro looked at Ning Tian and spoke loudly enough for all the cultivators around to hear. I'm not doing anything. Ning Tian smiled and looked at the Black Death Mountain lazily. Let's not be anxious now. Let's wait for them to go in first and then we'll go in. If there's any danger, let them check it out first. Okay. Su Yuyaro nodded. Hearing this, many of the surrounding forces cursed Ning Tian in their hearts. However, they didn't move, as they felt that what Ning Buxu said made sense. After all, it was safer to let others go in first before they went in. After a long time, all the forces were in the same position. If one didn't move, the other wouldn't. Suddenly, someone realized that something was wrong. Hey, where's Ning Buxu? The surrounding people looked around, but they didn't see Ning Tian and the others. In the next moment, the group of people reacted. Their expressions changed and they cursed. Damn. That B***starred Ning Buxu lied to us. He said that he would wait for others to go in first, but now he's going in first. Damn it, this old fox is deliberately tricking us. He's really Yarrow Billion. Author's words, give me some free money. I'm running out of money every week. I don't have any motivation. Ning Buxu can't be weak. Chapter 410. Haha. My fellow Taoists, I'll take my leave first. The hearty laughter rang out in the deep forest and resounded in the ears of the surrounding factions. Immediately, they gritted their teeth and looked around. However, Ning Buxu's figure was nowhere to be seen. F***ck. That Ning Buxu is really a dog. Shameless. The factions felt like they had been tricked. They gritted their teeth, their expressions ugly. The human race is indeed cunning. The demon race snorted coldly in the black fog. Without any hesitation, the black fog surged and rushed toward the Black Death Mountain. The death bell must not fall into Ning Buksu's hands. With the demon race's movement, the surrounding factions no longer hesitated. If they were too slow, they would have made a wasted trip. As expected of the ancestral master, seeing this, the immortal dragon emperor sighed deeply and shook his head. Then, he led the forces of the eternal demon realm into the Black Death Mountain. At this moment, all the forces had entered the Black Death Mountain. Soon, their figures disappeared into the darkness without any light. Dong, dong, the bell that symbolized death once again sounded at this moment. The Black Death Mountain was once again shrouded in death chi. In the Black Death Mountain, the surroundings were pitch black and filled with death chi, blurring one's vision. Even great emperors could not see more than 100 meters away. Ancestral Master, didn't you say to wait for others to enter and test the danger? In the Black Death Mountain, Old Tu looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Just now, the Ancestral Master had said to wait for others to enter while dragging a few people into the Death Mountain. Before they could react, they were already deep in the Death Mountain. Who said that I have to do it just because I said so? A shameless smile appeared on Ning Tian's face. Su Yuyaro giggled. Old Tu, don't you understand? The Ancestral Master meant to deceive them. Who asked those factions to believe him? Besides, even if there's danger, what's the point of testing it? We can't see it either. Moreover, didn't I say before? Every time the death bell rings, the death chi in the Black Death Mountain will thicken. The longer we wait, the more unfavorable it will be for us. As soon as he said that, Old Tu and the two guardian elders of the Fox clan widened their eyes. They looked at the smiling Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro and sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn. Amazing. If those factions were a little weaker, wouldn't they be killed by this couple? You've shocked Old Tu. You've shocked the two clan guardian elders. Reward, All-Seeing Eyes card test. Heavenly Eye special ability, able to see thousands of miles away and analyze attributes. Duration, 3 hours. Invalid after use. In his mind. The system's voice. The all-seeing test all-seeing. 3 hours, then I'll find the death bell within 3 hours. Ning Tian murmured and silently put away the all-seeing card. He would use it when he needed it. He couldn't waste time like this. Ancestral Master. According to the information obtained by my intelligence network, the Black Earth Death Mountain has several characteristics. At this time, Tian Mai looked at the information in her hand and slowly said, first, even a great emperor can't see beyond 100 meters. Second, in the Black Death Mountain, a great emperor can't use the void ability. Hearing this, Su Yuyaro and the others tried it. They looked into the distance. There was a black fog in front of them. It was pitch black and they could only see beyond 100 meters. Sure enough, I can't see beyond 100 meters. Su Yuyaro frowned slightly and then tried to use the void ability again. Spirit chi surged on her jade-like hand, but there seemed to be no reaction. She opened her red lips and said, I can't use the void ability too. Hearing this, Old Tu and the two Fox clan guardian elders tried one after another. Just as Su Yuyaro said, they couldn't use it. In an instant, their expressions turned serious. I've heard that there are many restrictions in the Life Forbidden Zone. Today, I see that it's true. Old Tu stroked his beard and sighed. No wonder even a great emperor could die in there. After all, controlling the void ability was a great emperor's strongest life-saving method. Once they couldn't use it, it would be a little uncomfortable. Hubby, what about you? Su Yuyaro looked at Ning Tian. Tian Mai and the others also looked at him. I can only see within 100 meters. Ning Tian shook his head slightly. However, he still had the all-seeing eye examination card, which could be considered a trump card. As for the void ability, he said and then casually raised his hand. Bang! In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared dozens of meters away. Roar! Seeing this, the sealed flame Lion King's eyes widened. Damn! Damn! He learned the essence of the human language. As expected of the ancestral master who destroyed the Heaven Gate, he can use the void ability. Destroying the Heaven Gate, he's indeed a hero. The future is promising. Roar, roar, roar. You've shocked the Sealed Flame Lion King. The Sealed Flame Lion King's understanding of the word destruction technique has reached a new level. Yahoo! The Sealed Flame Lion King screamed excitedly. However, Su Yuyaro and the others' gazes fell on Ning Tian. They were a little confused. Hubby, you can use the void ability. Old Tu and the others also looked at Ning Tian, dumbfounded. Didn't they say that great emperors couldn't use the void ability in the life forbidden zone? Could it be their great emperor's strength was fake? Well, Ning Tian stepped into the void ability in a flash and returned to the group. He pondered for a while and said seriously, maybe it's because I'm the ancestral master. Old Tu, the two Fox tribe guardian elders, hearing this, they were speechless. As expected of the ancestral master, even in a life-forbidden zone like the Black Death Mountain, it was still very ridiculous. Ning Tian frowned slightly and pondered for a while. Although he said so, he knew in his heart that he might have just hit a small bug. This life-forbidden zone only restricted great emperors from using the void ability. Moreover, he wasn't a great emperor, but he had mastered the void ability. Coincidentally, he took advantage of a loophole in the life-forbidden zone. The ancestral master showed off the life-forbidden zone. However, although I can use it, it seems that the range is limited. It's only a few dozen meters. However, it's still okay. I can kill him when he least expects it. Ning Tian murmured and then looked at the unknown darkness in front of him. It was a scene of dead ashes and no signs of life. Their existence here seemed to be incompatible with the Black Death Mountain. Let's go. It's time to move. After he said that, Su Yuyaro and the others followed behind him. The group of people walked deeper into the Black Death Mountain. As for the four bells, they were also sounding non-stop. Dong, dong. Chapter 4:11. In the Black Death Mountain. The group walked deeper into the mountain. Perhaps it was because of the black aura in the Black Death Mountain. Along the way, although there were dead trees, they were all dead trees. The dead trees were covered with a layer of death aura. If one was not careful, they would be contaminated. Ning Tian and the rest could only use their spiritual energy to resist the death aura while walking into the Black Death Mountain. Compared to Old Tu and the rest who carefully controlled their spiritual energy, Ning Tian did not have so many scruples. While resisting the death aura, he also used his spiritual energy to check the surroundings from time to time. After all, with a few huge spiritual seas, he could really do whatever he wanted. Although there were many forces that entered the Black Death Mountain, until now, they had not seen any forces. After all, the environment here was really bad. Even if they brushed past each other through parallax, they might not even know. As the bell kept ringing, the death aura in the surroundings became denser and denser. The consumption of spiritual energy was also increasing. Death aura. It was so dense that it blocked one's perception. Heavenly charms, where are we at the Black Death Mountain? Ning Tian looked at Heavenly Charms behind him and asked. Heavenly Charms was silent for a moment and then opened the information. After a glance, she said, the Black Death Mountain is divided into two parts, the Forest of Death, the Cliff of Despair, the Burial Ground, and the Death Palace. According to the information, the Death Bell stands in the Death Palace. If we keep going east, we should be close to the Forest of Death. Forest of Death. Ning Tian frowned slightly. This speed was still a bit slow. It seemed that he could only use the all-seeing eye card to lead the way. However, the restriction of this life-forbidden zone seemed to be too ridiculous. This life-forbidden zone. How did it form? Hearing Ning Tian's muttering, Heavenly Charms and the rest were stunned. They looked at Ning Tian doubtfully. Founder, don't tell me you don't know? Ning Tian was stunned and looked at them. Know what? Hubby, sometimes I wonder if you're from this world. Su Yuyaro shook her head slightly and rolled her eyes at Ning Tian. She said quietly, you're so strong but you don't know about the life-forbidden zone. Ahahaha. Hearing this, Ning Tian could only rub his nose. The forbidden zone of life, according to the explanation of the powerful human beings tens of thousands of years ago, is an ancient ruin formed during the dark turmoil. It might be the place where the supreme gods and other gods died. After the passage of time, it finally became the well-known forbidden zone of life. Su Yuyaro explained softly. Is it the dark age of turmoil again? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Su Yuyaro and the others. Are you so sure that the words of the human race's mighty figure tens of thousands of years ago are true? As soon as he said this, Su Yuyaro and the others froze for a moment, then slowly shook their heads. Old Tu's lips curled into a helpless smile. Ancestor, we don't even have the time to revere the life-forbidden zone, let alone study it. At the side, the two Fox clan tools also nodded. In the life-forbidden zone, all life had to be revered. Perhaps. Ning Tian said casually. In his heart, his curiosity about the life-forbidden zone did not decrease. Instead, it increased. He looked at the surrounding darkness again, then said to the people behind him, "Follow me closely, get ready to speed up." Okay. Everyone nodded heavily. Ning Tian silently said to herself, "Use it." All-seeing eyes to examine the card. Using all-seeing eyes to examine the card. Use successful. Effective time, 3 hours. As the system's voice fell, the all-seeing technique began to be used. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a flash of golden light. Then, the darkness in front of him seemed to no longer exist. The black gas of the Black Death Mountain that obstructed perception and sight was instantly ineffective against him. The most amazing thing was that when his gaze fell on Su Yuyaro and the others, some information would appear. This was one of the characteristics of the all-seeing technique, analysis. Not bad. Follow me. Ning Tian said, then used the all-seeing technique and walked toward the Black Death Mountain. Su Yuyaro and the others also followed. With the all-seeing technique leading the way, the group soon entered a pitch-black forest. If there were no surprises, this should be the forest of death. Heavenly charms, Shuo Tian, if the two of you can't hold on any longer, remember to tell me. Ning Tian turned to look at Heavenly Charms and Sealed Flame Lion King and reminded them. The surrounding deathly aura was getting thicker. Just using spirit energy to resist the deathly aura was already a huge consumption. With Heavenly Charms and Sealed Flame Lion King's strength, the consumption of spirit energy might not be able to keep up. As for him, he was just a cheat. Okay. Roar. Heavenly Charms and Sealed Flame Lion King nodded. Dong. Dong, just as the group was preparing to move again, the death bell rang once again. The bell continued to ring for a couple of minutes before it finally came to a stop. Moreover, the sound of the bell this time was slightly different. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The bell seems to have changed. The Heavenly Fox Elder frowned, and his expression was grave. As soon as the bell rang, the surrounding deathly aura instantly rushed toward them. This is the Tao of entertainment. Saint-level attainment. Ning Tian sensed for a while and quickly realized that there was a different rhyme Tao in the ringing of the bell this time. This rhyme Tao was music Tao. Yes. To the side, Su Yuyaro nodded. Her Tao of entertainment was also at the saint level, so she could hear it immediately. She frowned slightly and said uncertainly, also, this bell seems to contain some kind of decree? Order. Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't know what the change in the bell meant, it was better to be cautious. Wait. Keep quiet. At this moment, Ning Tian seemed to have noticed something. He raised his hand slightly and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Hearing this, Su Yuyaro and the others closed their mouths and looked at him silently. A golden light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes as he looked not far away. In the black mist, there were a few figures. People from the Falling Flowers sect. Soon, the Heavenly Eye technique analyzed the origins of these people. Ning Tian also had some understanding of them. Previously, he had seen people from the Falling Flowers sect outside the Black Earth Death Mountain. The sect master's strength seemed to be at the Five Tribulations Great Emperor level. The Falling Flowers sect. Hearing this, Heavenly Charm and the others were stunned, but they didn't see anyone. They seemed to be injured. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with golden light as he looked at the people from the Falling Flowers sect. They were all covered in blood, and there was black mist around their wounds. Obviously, they were eroded by the deathly aura. There was fear in their eyes. Even the sect master of the Falling Flowers sect, whose strength was at the 5 Tribulation Great Emperor level, seemed to be seriously injured. Boom. At this moment, suddenly, a black figure flashed over. Under Ning Tian's gaze, the people from the Falling Flowers sect were instantly torn into pieces and turned into black ashes, drifting on the ground. What is that? Seeing this, Ning Tian's eyes were solemn. He wanted to check the origin of the black figure, but at this moment, the black figure disappeared. It disappeared. No, it's coming. Chapter 412. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow appeared next to them like a ghost. Suddenly, the surrounding death aura became denser and rushed toward Ning Tian and the others. The death aura spread more than 10 times, and the consumption of spiritual energy became huge. What's going on? In an instant, Old Two and the 2 guardian elders of the Fox clan were shocked, and Heavenly Charms and the Lion King were struggling. The death aura. It was eroding their spiritual energy. Su Yuyaro let out a cold snort. Her enormous demigod aura suddenly flowed out and dispersed the deathly aura in the surroundings in an instant. When the deathly aura wanted to come back, it was blocked by the demigod aura. The Forbidden Land has a limit on the demigod aura. I can only maintain it for 3 minutes. After doing all this, Su Yuyaro looked at Ning Tian and said, "Okay." Ning Tian nodded, and his eyes were serious. In front of him was a cloud of death aura. The sudden increase in the death aura was definitely related to the ghostly black shadow. He had to deal with the mysterious black shadow first. Over there. Soon. The heavenly eye technique locked on to the target. A golden light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He stepped into the void and moved more than 10 meters in an instant, appearing behind the black fog. The divine thunder technique in his hand was activated, and he used the wind thunder palm. A palm was thrown out. Boom. The power of the palm was released, and the black fog in front of him was swept away. It was also at this moment that everyone was able to clearly see exactly what was hidden within the black mist. It was a figure formed by the death aura. His body was covered in ashes, and his eyes were hollow. The death aura was awe-inspiring. This is. Old Two and the others were shocked. The black shadow was moving, and the death aura it contained had reached an extremely high level. The moment the black shadow appeared, Ning Tian activated the heavenly eye technique and looked at the black shadow. He instantly saw through all the information about him. Death General, an item formed by absorbing the death aura for 3,000 years. Ning Tian frowned and looked over. Absorbing 3,000 years worth of death aura? Could it be that this guy is one of the great emperors who entered the Black Death Mountain 3,000 years ago? Hearing this, Tian Mai and the rest frowned as a tinge of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Jia. At this time, the black shadow sneered, and the death chi in his hand turned into several sharp claws that rushed towards Ning Tian. How dare you? How dare you hurt my husband? I'll kill you. Su Yuyaro shouted coldly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Her lily-white hand flickered with a cold light, and the might of a demigod slammed down heavily on the Death General rushing towards Ning Tian. Bang! The Death General was heavily smashed into the ground by the palm. Under the palm of a demigod, it was actually able to maintain its body and not be destroyed. What tenacious vitality! Seeing this, Elder Two could not help but exclaim. It's not vitality, it's death aura. Ning Tian shook his head and corrected Elder Two's words. Then, he looked at Su Yuyaro seriously and said, "Yuyaro, destroy his death aura." The Falling Flowers sect leader was torn apart because she did not destroy the death aura of the Death General. Those who were killed by the Death General would also be reduced to ashes like them. They would be immersed in the Black Death Mountain for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. After absorbing enough death aura, they would turn into a Death General and appear in the forbidden zone of life. I understand. Su Yuyaro nodded and raised her lily-white hand. The might of a demigod enveloped the Death General and cut off its connection with the surrounding death aura. At this moment, The might of a demigod emerged and slammed heavily on the Death General's body. The death aura instantly dissipated, and the Death General turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Phew, when the Death General disappeared, the terrifying death aura around it also dissipated at the same time. Elder 2 and the 2 guardian elders of the Fox clan heaved a sigh of relief. Su Yueyao's demigod might did not envelop them, so they could only use their spiritual energy to resist the death aura. However, they could only resist it for a few minutes and they could already feel the horror of the death aura, as expected of the forbidden zone of life. The 3 old men looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. If it were not for the ancestral master and Su Yuyaro, who was a demigod, the Black Death Mountain would be even more difficult. On the side, Heavenly Charm's face was pale and she quickly adjusted her spiritual energy. The flame-sealing Lion King was also panting heavily. Damn. Master Lion could not take it anymore. Master Lion could not tear down the forbidden zone of life. Let the ancestral master who tore down the heavenly gate do it. Just when everyone was slightly relieved, the strange sound of the death bell kept ringing. Dong, dong, dong. This bell seems to be trying to expel us from the Black Death Mountain, or erase us. Su Yuyaro listened quietly. After a while, she looked at everyone and said slowly with a serious expression. That means, the death bell is now in a master state. Ning Tian frowned slightly, a look of contemplation in his eyes. A woo. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the ceiling flame Lion King seemed to have seen something terrifying. Its expression changed, and after letting out a few howls, it turned into a small cub and ran to old Tu's head, shivering. Damn. Master Lion was scared to death. Dong. The bell kept ringing. Husband, look around. Su Yuyaro frowned and said in a serious tone. At the same time, Ning Tian looked around and saw the ashes on the ground filled with death aura along with the sound of the bell. Black shadows crawled out from the ground like evil spirits. These are all Death Generals. Old Tu's face changed and he did not notice that there was a small lion shivering on his head. The bell can control the aura of death. Once the aura of death seeps into the ashes, it can transform into Death Generals. Ning Tian frowned. There were already hundreds of Death Generals surrounding them. A Death General, it was enough to tear a 5 Tribulation Great Emperor apart. Then, hundreds of Death Generals, damn. At this moment, Ning Tian finally understood why it was called the Life Forbidden Zone. With hundreds of Death Generals, even a demigod expert would not be able to escape death. Ancestral Master, I remember that the Black Death Mountain is covered with ashes. That means, the Death Generals are enough to fill the entire Black Death Mountain. Tian Mai's pale voice sounded and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The Black Death Mountain was covered with ashes. Hearing this, even Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro felt their scalps tingle. He. In the surroundings, the sinister laughter of the hundreds of Death Generals continued to spread out along with the sound of the death bell, causing everyone's heart to sink. At this moment, hundreds of Death Generals surrounded them. The surrounding death aura was overwhelming. Yuyao, there is only one way now. Ning Tian was silent for a long time. He slowly took out the immortal slashing guzheng and looked at Su Yuyao. Chapter 413. In the Black Earth Death Mountain, along with the sound of the death bell, many forces were resisting the death aura. However, they were horrified to find that along with the sound of the bell, when the death aura was dense, there were some terrifying black shadows that were awakening. These black shadows were all very powerful. Even the weakest one had the strength of a great emperor. Some forces couldn't even react in time and were torn apart by a terrifying black shadow. Before their blood could even spill out, they were corroded by the death aura and turned into black ashes. Everything returned to dust. Although there were screams, under the sound of the bell, it was insignificant. Everything seemed to have never happened. Stepping into the forbidden area of the Black Earth Death Mountain, one had to be prepared to turn into black ashes. At this moment, everywhere in the Black Earth Death Mountain, there were massacres. The weak had almost no ability to resist and were instantly obliterated. Spiritual chi was supposed to resist the death aura, so how could it have the chance to resist those ghostly Death Generals? They came to the Black Earth Death Mountain just to add black ashes to the ground. However, as for the major forces of the three regions, although they were in a sorry state, they still managed to resist the sound of the death bell with their own methods. Ancestral Master, we are out of the death forest. In the black fog, Ning Tian and the others had a cheat. Although it was a bit difficult, it was still much smoother than the other forces. At least no one was injured. Except, there was a lion cub who saw that the patriarch was so awesome and wanted to show off his might, but it was frightened by a death general that suddenly appeared from the ground. It ran to Old Man 2 and sprayed a pool of lion urine on him, and there were no other accidents. Ancestral Master. Next, we will be able to see the Death Palace. On the side, Tian Mai looked at the information and said to Ning Tian. Since Ning Tian chose to enter the easternmost part of the Black Earth Death Mountain, as long as they passed through the Death Forest, they would be able to see the Death Palace. Hubby, can you see it? Su Yuyaro looked at him and asked softly. Around them, Old Two and the others also looked over. Let me try, Ning Tian said. Then, a golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. With the help of the heavenly eye divine ability, he could see through the layers of black fog and into the endless darkness behind it. Behind the black fog, there was a towering palace, constantly emitting an even stronger death chi. Palace? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment, then he looked over again. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he saw through the fog. Outside the palace, it wasn't just a pile of ashes. Instead, there were millions of corpses, and pitch-black blood flowed in all directions. That is, suddenly, he seemed to see a beautiful figure in white sitting alone in the death palace. She was hugging a black bell in her arms. The dense death chi was mesmerizing, and he couldn't see her face clearly. Just as Ning Tian was about to take a closer look, suddenly, the white-robed figure's jade-like hand shook, and a black bell shook in all directions. In an instant, Ning Tian's vision was disrupted. The golden light in his eyes suddenly dissipated, and he retreated from the death palace. His body shook violently, and his eyes were somewhat dignified. Then, he activated the heavenly god art in his body, controlling the spirit chi in his body. The next moment, a mouthful of blood with a wisp of death chi spurted out from his mouth. Husband. Ancestral Master. Seeing this scene, Su Yueyao's face changed instantly. Her pretty face was covered with frost, and her eyes were full of worry. The surrounding people were also stunned and quickly looked over. Why did the Ancestral Master vomit blood all of a sudden? It's okay, it was just eroded by a wisp of black chi. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly, and his eyes were somewhat dignified. The white-robed figure just now must be hugging the death bell. The sound of the death bell in the Black Death Mountain was definitely from her. But, who was she? When did she enter the Black Death Mountain? That was definitely not a death general. A death general couldn't have such a complete body. What happened? Su Yueyao's expression was still somewhat nervous. She took out a healing elixir from her storage ring and handed it to Ning Tian. Ning Tian took it and swallowed it. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a commotion around him. The sound of the death bell just now had revived some death generals. It seems that I have to deal with the surrounding death generals first. Ning Tian frowned slightly. Leave it all to me. Su Yueyao's tone was a bit cold. Just now, Ning Tian vomiting blood made her very unhappy. Since she was unhappy, she had to kill. Humph. She snorted heavily, and the might of a demigod circulated. She raised her hand, and the surrounding death chi was cut off. Her jade palm fell heavily, and the terrifying spirit chi instantly shrouded the surrounding death generals. Bang! Rumble in an instant, the death chi was cut off, and the dozens of death generals that rushed over turned into black ashes. Gulp! Seeing this scene, the Sealing Flame Lion King and the three old men trembled. The Sealing Flame Lion King widened his eyes. Is this what a husband protector is like? And this is just the second wife, if this is the first wife. Hiss, husband, are you okay? What just happened? Su Yuyaro didn't care after killing dozens of death generals with a few palm strikes. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ning Tian, and the worry in her eyes was self-evident. It's nothing, just a wisp of death chi. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly, then took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "The Death Palace is in front, and in the Death Palace, I did see the demigod artifact Death Bell, but. Several people frowned. But I also saw a woman in white with the Death Bell in her arms. I couldn't see her appearance or her strength, but I could see the death chi surrounding her." Ning Tian's tone was a bit serious. That woman in white just now, with just the sound of the bell, she could easily repel his sight. This was definitely not simple. A woman in white. Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? Old Two and the others' faces changed. Along the way, with the heaven-defying ancestral master leading the way, they hadn't even gotten close to the Death Palace, but someone had already reached the Death Palace and even controlled the Death Bell? No. It's not that she beat us to it, it's better to say that she has been in the Death Palace for a long time. Ning Tian shook his head slightly. Could it be the artifact spirit? Su Yuyaro frowned, and her eyes were cold. Even if the artifact spirit dared to hurt her husband, she wouldn't let it go easily. Maybe, let's wait until we reach the Death Palace and see. Ning Tian looked in the direction of the Death Palace and used her heavenly eye magic to look at it again. This time, the black fog was hazy, layer after layer. It would take a lot of time to see it clearly. Obviously, that woman in white was on guard. Let's go. Ning Tian shook his head slightly and said to everyone. Okay. Several people were about to move, but at this moment, a demonic chi accompanied by a burst of demonic sound attacked them. Keek, humans, I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 414. Following the demonic voice, a wave of demonic energy rushed toward the group. Do you want to die? Su Yuyaro snorted coldly and slammed her hand down. She was already very displeased that Ning Tian was slightly injured. How dare these ignorant demons provoke them? Die for this old lady. Boom. The group of demons didn't even have time to react. A jade palm flipped over and instantly slammed them heavily onto the ground. PFFF. The group of demons spat out mouthfuls of black blood as their expressions changed drastically. What? Demigod-level powerhouse? They were a branch of the Crimson Blood Demon tribe. When they saw Ning Tian's group, they wanted to test the waters. Who would have thought that the most powerful being on the other side would directly attack and knock them out with a single palm? Ancestral Master, it's the Crimson Blood Demon tribe, but this isn't their main force. Tian Mai glanced at the group of demons before turning to Ning Tian and saying. Empress. Ning Tian nodded slightly. The ceiling flame Lion King shook its little head upon seeing this. Awu. It really didn't understand. Why are these demons seeking their own deaths? Didn't they see that Su Yuyaro was in a bad mood right now? How dare they provoke them? There was a path to heaven but they didn't take it. Wait. Just as Su Yuyaro was about to end the lives of these Crimson Blood Demons, Ning Tian called out to her. Hubby, what's wrong? Su Yuyao's brows furrowed slightly as she stopped and looked at Ning Tian with confusion. Ning Tian didn't explain. Instead, he walked over to the Crimson Blood Demons with a kind smile on his face. Don't worry, your ancestral master is very kind. I won't kill you. I'm just using you for a small experiment. Experiment? The Crimson Blood Demons were taken aback. What do you want to do? Don't worry, it'll be over soon. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up into a smile. He could sense that the Buddha demon pagoda lying quietly in his storage ring was beginning to stir. In the next moment, he flipped his hand and the Buddha demon pagoda appeared in his hand. A surge of demonic energy soared into the sky. Even a few demons would be insignificant in comparison to him. What is this? Upon seeing this, the expressions of the Crimson Blood Demons changed drastically. Compared to the Black Tower in the hands of this young man, it was as if their own demonic chi was nothing at all. Who exactly was the demon here? Come. Don't worry, it won't be long. Ning Tian was all smiles as she walked over. Then, the Buddha's Devil Pagoda transformed and instantly suppressed the few crimson blood-red demons within it, causing them to panic. After a while, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Strands of black demonic blood flowed out. Ai! What a pity. You guys didn't make it and had to commit suicide. Ning Tian spread out his hands, indicating that it was not that he wanted to kill them, but that they were too weak, so it was equivalent to these demons committing suicide. At the side, Old Two and the others were stunned when they heard this. They smiled bitterly and shook their heads. In the Buddha Demon Pagoda, the demon pagoda that absorbed the demonic energy of the few demons seemed to vibrate a little. The pagoda spirit let out a joyful sound. This was a demon pagoda that absorbed demonic blood and demonic energy to nourish itself. There is a little effect. It seems like I still need stronger demonic blood. Ning Tian murmured. With a flip of his hand, he kept the Buddha Demon Pagoda in his storage ring. The seal on the second level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda loosened a little. However, that was not all. Hearing Ning Tian's murmur, Heavenly Charms and the others silently mourned for the demons that entered the Black Death Mountain for 3 seconds. Those that were targeted by the Patriarch were either dead or living a life worse than death. For example, Old Shu. Let's go. After accepting this order of demonic food, Ning Tian stretched his body and looked in the direction of the Death Palace. He led the group into it. Death Palace. Corpses and bones were everywhere. The corpses and bones were still emitting a strong aura of death. There was no black ash here. There were only millions of corpses. The surroundings of the palace were deathly silent. There was only a throne in the empty palace. A pitch-black bell lay quietly on the throne. That was the semi-divine artifact, the death bell. Patriarch, we're here. Heavenly Charm's voice resounded in the empty palace. Ning Tian and the others stepped into the palace. Looking at the corpses around them, the group's expression turned solemn. These corpses were at least tens of thousands of years old. They might have been peerless experts. But now, they could only be corpses that were tortured by the aura of death. With the aura of death, their corpses could not be corroded and dissipated. The group sighed. This was the so-called forbidden land of life. Husband, I see that death bell. Su Yueyao's gaze fell on the throne not far away. The pitch-black death bell lay quietly. The group looked over. Why don't I see the lady in white that the Patriarch mentioned? Old Two frowned and looked around. But in the palace, other than the pitch-black corpses and the endless aura of death, there was no one else. Could it be that she's hiding? Old Heavenly Fox asked tentatively. Not likely. With her strength, there's no need for her to hide. Ning Tian shook his head. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He activated the Heavenly Eye superpower, but he could not find the lady in white. But he was sure that he did not see wrongly. Could it be that she did not meet any conditions to trigger it? If the lady in white was not lured out, the death bell could not be moved. Just as the group was silent, a voice came from outside the palace. Ning Buxu. Damn, I see Ning Buxu. Along with the voice, more and more auras appeared outside the palace. Ning Tian and the rest turned around and saw that the few great factions outside had all rushed over. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all in a sorry state and covered in blood. Obviously, they had suffered a lot from the death generals and the aura of death. Compared to Ning Tian and the others, their auras were stable and there were no casualties. It was a world of difference. Damn. Why is Ning Buxu completely fine? Those black shadows did not cause trouble for them. They're so clean. Did they come to the Black Earth Death Mountain for a vacation? Damn it, how hateful. Seeing that Ning Tian and the others were clean and unharmed, many forces were furious. Aha! So it's you, my friends. You're quite fast. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up into a smile as he looked at the group of cultivators with a benevolent expression. A glint flashed across his eyes. Since he had tricked them, should he do it again? Hearing this, the group of forces gritted their teeth. How dare he mention it? Wait, that's the death bell. At this moment, someone finally noticed the death bell on the throne. Its pitch-black appearance was full of mystery. In an instant, the eyes of the surrounding forces became blazing. Their greedy nature was released when they encountered the death bell. Fellow Taoists, you mustn't go there. I don't think that thing is simple. It's best if you don't go there. Just as the various forces were about to make a move, Ning Tian advised them with a serious expression. Hearing this, The group of forces was stunned for a moment, then they sneered. Ha! How ridiculous! Ning Buksu, you just lied to us once, and you want to lie to us again? I think you just want to lie to us and then go over to snatch the death bell yourself. Thimpy. Once bitten, twice shy. Do you really think we're stupid? The death bell. It belongs to whoever snatches it. As soon as he finished speaking, many forces rushed toward the death bell. Seeing this, Ning Tian sighed and smiled playfully. Sigh, it's hard to be a good person. No one believes the truth these days. I'm so kind, why don't they believe me? Chapter 4:15. Ning Tian shrugged, indicating that it was difficult to be a good person. By the side, Elder Tu and the two white fox elders trembled when they saw Ning Tian's lips curl into a smile. Those words had definitely been deliberately said by the ancestral master. These factions had been fooled by the ancestral master again. Humph. The death bell belongs to whoever gets it. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill him, regardless of whether he's from the demon race or the human race. In the eternal demon territory, a demon race expert with a leopard head snorted coldly, his sharp claws glinting coldly. Ridiculous. How dare a mere demon race be so arrogant? There's no point in talking anymore. A series of cold laughs could be heard. Soon, spiritual chi, and demon chi surged continuously as experts from various forces fought one another, each strike fatal. Under the absolute temptation of the death bell, they naturally would not show mercy. Basically, every strike was fatal. Blood constantly gushed out, and corpses fell to the ground one after another, quickly turning pitch black. As for the other major forces, they watched coldly from the sidelines. Although Ning Tian was untrustworthy and shameless, they were not fools. They could tell whether Ning Tian was telling the truth with their naked eyes. If the death bell was not dangerous, given Ning Buksu's shamelessness, they would not be able to see the death bell sitting on the throne in the death palace, safe and sound. This was obviously impossible. TSK. What a pity. They're all smart people. Otherwise, I could have fooled a few of them. Seeing this, Ning Tian shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. Whether it was the immortal dragon emperor, Di Wuji, or the two demon race experts in the endless demon abyss, they all chose to watch coldly from the sidelines. They did not act rashly because of Ning Tian's words. Even his old friend, the empty God Realm Emperor, waited patiently. After all, the empty God Realm Emperor was used to being tricked and was afraid. Ha ha ha. The death bell is mine. At this time, the battle finally ended. There were dozens of corpses around. The demon race expert with a leopard head was covered in blood. He walked out of the pool of blood, looked at the death bell in front of him, and slowly stretched out his hand. Soon, his hand was about to land on the death bell. When they saw this scene, the great powers that were watching coldly from the sidelines frowned. Could it be that that shameless old bastard Ning Buksu had finally spoken the truth for once? F***ck. So this death bell isn't dangerous. I was too careless. Little wife, let's get ready to snatch it. Right at this moment, Ning Buksu's exasperated voice resounded from the side. Many powers that had chosen to watch coldly from the side were stunned when they heard this, and they swiftly looked towards the side. Ning Buksu and the pitilessly beautiful woman by his side charged towards the death bell. What? All the powers were shocked when they witnessed this scene. Could it be that Ning Buksu has miscalculated? In an instant, all the major forces cursed under their breath. F***ck. You, Ning Buksu, of all times to make a mistake, why did you have to make one now? What the F***ck? Seeing that the leopard head expert was about to touch the death bell, the surrounding factions that hadn't made a move could no longer sit still. They all erupted with terrifying speed and charged towards the death bell. However, no one noticed that Ning Buksu, who was also charging towards the death bell, had a smirk on his face. When the leopard head expert saw that so many forces wanted to snatch the death bell from him, he immediately panicked. Ignoring his injuries, he increased his speed and moved towards the death bell. Almost in the next second, when his hand came into contact with the death bell, the ice-cold sensation caused his body to tremble. Following which, his lips curled into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Death bell. The death bell is mine. The laws on it are also mine. Ha 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 ha. Excited, maniacal laughter resounded continuously. Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts' faces turned ugly, and their speed became even faster. Something's not right. Where's Daoist Ning? Di Wuji frowned and suddenly stopped. Not far away, the immortal dragon emperor had also stopped. They both felt that something was amiss. Boom. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation appeared on the throne. Following which, a white-robed woman appeared without any warning. Her jade-like hand touched the death bell, and the aura of the laws on the death bell flowed out. Then, it shook violently. Boom. The terrifying death chi instantly engulfed the entire main hall. At the same time, a cold, emotionless voice resounded in the main hall. Those who trespass the forbidden zone shall die. As soon as the voice fell, a monstrous death chi rushed to the sky. What? Who is she? In the main hall, all the experts' faces changed drastically. However, before they could react, the death bell continued to ring and spread in all directions. The expert from the Leopard Head Demon Clan who was closest to them didn't even have a chance to react before he turned into a pile of ashes. The experts who were closer to them were the same. Even Ning Buxu and the beautiful woman who had rushed over disappeared at this moment. However, they did not turn into ashes, but a wisp of aura dissipated. F***ck. That's not Ning Buxu's real body. F***ck. He tricked us again. He's trying to kill us. Seeing this, the two experts from the Endless Demon Clan in the Endless Demon Abyss turned pale. Why is this human so cunning? Dong, dong, the death bell continued to ring. The death chi swept out and rushed in all directions. Fortunately, Di Wuji and the immortal dragon emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had maintained a trace of vigilance. They had almost been played to death by their ancestral master. After heaving a sigh of relief, they began to run wildly toward the exit of the Death Palace. Although they did not know the identity of the woman in white, the fact that she could control the death bell and release such a powerful death chi was enough to show how terrifying she was. Boom. Rumble in the main hall, the death chi continued to sweep in all directions. Except for some powerful forces who had been prepared for it, the rest were swallowed by the death chi in the Death Palace. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ashes. The death bell rang. It lasted for dozens of minutes before it finally came to a stop. The death chi quietly dissipated. In the empty main hall, a thick layer of ashes appeared out of nowhere. Somewhere, the void flashed. Ning Tian and the others emerged from the void. Just as the expert from the demon clan rushed toward the death bell, Ning Tian saw a flash of strange black light through the heavenly eye divine ability. Therefore, he made a prompt decision. When he opened the void and let everyone enter the void ship, he did not forget to let Su Yuyaro and him use the ethereal doppelganger to trick these experts first. Ning Buxu, a voice rang out. The two experts from the Endless Demon Clan in the Endless Demon Abyss walked in from outside the main hall. When the death bell rang, the experts who had escaped from the Death Palace returned to the main hall. When they saw Ning Buxu unscathed, they gnashed their teeth in anger. Is this thing still a human? Ning Tian ignored them and looked at the woman in white, who was sitting on the throne with the death bell in her arms. At this moment, he used the heavenly eye divine ability again. Chapter 416. A glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He looked at the woman in white who was sitting on the throne and hugging the death bell. The woman in white had just unleashed a shocking amount of death chi. Then, she sat on the throne without moving an inch. He activated his heavenly eye superpower and began to analyze. When the analysis was complete, Ning Tian frowned. The only useful information the heavenly eye divine ability could glean was the name of the woman in white. As for her background, it couldn't be analyzed. Perhaps it was because it was too long ago. Bai Liu, a name he had never heard before. Ancestral Master, what should we do next? Old Tu looked at the white-clothed woman who was hugging the death bell on the throne, and his body trembled slightly. That dense deathly aura was something that even great emperors were afraid of. Don't worry. Ning Tian shook his head slightly and looked at the white-clothed woman silently. At this moment, all the experts were watching, and no one dared to move. After all, everyone had seen how terrifying the white-clothed woman was. After a while, the deathly aura in the surroundings became denser, and all the experts could only circulate their spiritual energy to resist. However, if this continued, it would not be the same. Finally, the expert from the Crimson Blood Demon tribe could not take it anymore. He looked at the white-clothed woman, gritted his teeth, and walked over. He bowed slightly and said, "Senior, we didn't mean to. Those who trespass into the forbidden zone shall die." However, before the expert from the Crimson Blood Demon tribe could finish his words, a cold light flashed across the beautiful eyes of the white-clothed woman sitting quietly on the throne. Her jade-like hand shook the death bell slightly, and a dense deathly aura spread out in all directions. Boom! Boom! F***ck stupid demon, what are you talking about? The group of experts in the surroundings instantly started cursing when they witnessed this scene, and then all of them utilized their life-saving methods to avoid the terrifying and surging death energy that assaulted them. The expert from the Crimson Blood Demon tribe also had an extremely ugly expression. This white-clothed woman really didn't know how to say a single word of nonsense. For a moment. When the death bell rang, the death chi in the main hall flowed endlessly. On the side, Su Yueyao's demigod aura circulated. Coupled with Ning Tian's huge spiritual sea, the group barely managed to stop the deathly aura that kept attacking them. Ning Tian's eyes were a little solemn. It seems that I can't communicate with this woman at all. After a while, the sound of the death bell finally stopped. Quite a number of experts were filled with black chi, and the dense death chi had already invaded their bodies. Damn it! Who is this woman? The faces of the group of experts were extremely ugly as they looked at the white-robed woman in a wretched state. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even demigod realm experts like the immortal Dragon Emperor and Di Wuji felt endless pressure from the white-clothed woman. It was obvious that they were no match for the white-clothed woman in the Black Death Mountain. Life Forbidden Zone, trespassers, die. The cold, emotionless voice came out from the white-clothed woman's mouth again. Her jade-like hand touched the death bell, and the deathly aura around her became even denser. F***ck. No way, she's doing it again. Seeing this, everyone's faces changed drastically. There was no end to this death chi. Yu Yao, get ready to defend again. This miss by Liu seems to have a bad temper. Seeing this, Ning Tian frowned and said to Su Yuyao, if the white-clothed woman continued to act like this, they would not have a chance to obtain the death bell. Su Yuyao nodded and looked solemn. Her demigod aura shrouded the group again. At this moment, when the words Lady Bai Liu came out of Ning Tian's mouth, the hand of the woman in white that was touching the death bell suddenly stopped. A glint flashed in her eyes, and a hint of gentleness appeared in them. Bai Liu? A glimmer of light appeared in his originally empty and lifeless eyes at this moment. She stopped. Quick, take advantage of this opportunity to kill her and snatch the death bell. Seeing this, the Nine Tribulations' great emperor from the Crimson Blood Demon clan saw the opportunity and turned into a cloud of black mist, rushing toward the white-clothed woman. His goal was simple, to snatch the death bell while the white-clothed woman was in a daze. As long as he snatched the death bell, the white-clothed woman would not be able to activate the deathly aura around her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, several experts from the Crimson Blood Demon clan rushed over. However, just as they started to move, the white-clothed woman's eyes turned hollow again. Her jade-like hand shook the death bell. As the bell rang, several streams of deathly aura flew toward the experts from the Crimson Blood Demon clan. Boom. Ah. At this moment, the deathly aura devoured the demonic aura and entered their bodies. Accompanied by a series of screams, the experts from the Crimson Blood Demon clan turned into ashes and disappeared quietly. Hiss. What a terrifying deathly aura. Seeing this scene, many experts gasped. A Nine Tribulations' great emperor was gone just like that. This deathly aura was terrifying. Seeing this, Ning Tian shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. If this Nine Tribulations' great emperor from the Crimson Blood Demon clan could be suppressed by his Buddha demon tower, then the second layer of the seal would more or less be lifted. Unfortunately, Bai Liu's speed of controlling the death bell was too fast. Even a 9 tribulations great emperor from the Crimson Blood Demon clan could not resist at all. After killing the experts from the Crimson Blood Demon clan at lightning speed, the emptiness in Bai Liu's eyes faded again. She looked at Ning Tian and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, she stepped across the void and came to Ning Tian's side. Her aura had already merged with the Black Death Mountain and was unrestricted. "Husband, be careful." The moment Bai Liu appeared in front of Ning Tian, Su Yuyaro stood in front of Ning Tian. The demigod aura in her hand surged. No matter how strong Bai Liu was, she would not let Ning Tian suffer any harm. "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for him." Bai Liu hugged the death bell and looked at Ning Tian indifferently. Her voice was cold and merciless. Su Yuyaro frowned slightly. She activated the demigod aura and refused to back down. Seeing this, Ning Tian pondered for a moment, then gently took Su Yuyao's lily-white hand and shook his head slightly at her. If Bai Liu wanted to make a move, she would have done it long ago. He looked at Bai Liu and asked, "Miss Bai Liu, why are you looking for me?" "Bai Liu, it should be 2,000,000 years." The woman in white frowned, and the emptiness in her eyes faded a lot. She looked at Ning Tian and asked, "You? How do you know my name?" Well, hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe we're fated." He could not explain that it was the information analyzed by the system's heavenly eye magic, could he? Therefore, all the inexplicable reasons were attributed to the word fate. Hearing this, Bai Liu fell silent. The death aura on her body gradually thickened. She stared at Ning Tian and opened her red lips slightly. Then, "Do you know reincarnation, Tao God?" Author's note: there's one more update. It's late again today. Sorry, it's mainly because I'm feeling very uncomfortable. There's a big plot, but I can't write it. I'm stuck in dialogue and action. I'm really sorry. Chapter 417. Reincarnation Tao God. Hearing Bai Liu's words, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He slowly shook his head and said, "Reincarnation Tao God. I don't know him." Bai Liu fell silent again. Seeing Ning Tian talking with the terrifying woman in white, Di Wuji, the Eternal Dragon Emperor, and the other experts were stunned. Why did Ning Tian know the woman in white? Could it be that he was really here for a vacation? Or could it be that the patriarch had used his handsome looks to attract this woman named Bai Liu? Could he really do whatever he wanted because he was handsome? I don't have time to explain to you. Come with me. Bai Liu's eyes became more and more hollow. She shook her head slightly and didn't explain much. The death bell in her arms suddenly shook and she waved her hand. Then, the void fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in a space with Ning Tian. "What are you going to do?" Ning Tian frowned slightly and looked at Bai Liu. The spiritual qi in his hand quietly ran. If there was something wrong with Bai Liu, he wouldn't be tied up. It was just a space. As long as he wanted to go out, he could run the power of the void at any time. Bai Liu didn't say anything and moved her hand slightly. Then, in the entire space, images kept appearing. It was a back view. A back view that stepped on reincarnation and looked down on the heroes. The images kept flashing. Some were killing enemies, some were looking at the world with hatred, some were killing demons with one palm, and some were unwilling to die. In the end, all the images were fixed on a vast sea. In the deep sea, the Taoist heart slowly dissipated. The images then disappeared. Ning Tian frowned and the shock in his eyes slowly dissipated. This figure was definitely an expert above the god realm. The images were definitely in the god realm. However, the last scene. The endless sea. It seemed that it was in the endless sea of the firmament territory. Looking at the endless sea, Ning Tian thought of the information about the ancient god relic that Heavenly Charm had mentioned. Could this image be related to that? That is, the reincarnation Tao god you mentioned? Ning Tian looked at Bai Liu. Yes. Bai Liu nodded. So, why are you showing me these? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. I want you to bring me out of the Black Earth Death Mountain and bring me to him. Bai Liu said calmly. Benefits. Ning Qian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. His meaning was very obvious. If there were benefits, they would do it. If there were no benefits, they would drop it. After all, the ancestral master was a very realistic person. I can give you the death bell and the law of death as long as you bring them out and let me see him once. Bai Liu's beautiful eyes fell on Ning Qian. Her eyes gradually lost their luster and became empty. Not enough. Ning Qian shook his head and said lightly, if he chose to help White Willow, the degree of danger would be unknown. Even if there were benefits, the dangers along the way would be unknown. If it was just the death bell and the law of death, it would not move him. Bai Liu was silent. He looked at Ning Qian and continued, what if the law of death was born from 2 million years of deathly aura? I even have the chance to give you the inheritance of a Tao god. Inheritance. Hearing this, Ning Qian's eyes flashed. If the law of death was born from 2 million years of deathly aura, it would be much more powerful than the ordinary law of death. He had heard about how terrifying the deathly aura was along the way. As for the inheritance, it would be even more tempting. Why me? Ning Qian asked. Because only heavenly gods can enter the place where he fell. Bai Liu didn't say anything unnecessary. Hearing this, Ning Qian frowned. He pondered for a while and nodded slightly. What about you? Don't you want to introduce yourself? Me? I'm just a little maid who has followed him for hundreds of thousands of years. I've chased him for 1,000,000 years and accidentally entered the Forbidden Land. If you didn't mention my name and awaken my consciousness, I'm still just the guardian of the Black Earth Death Mountain. Bai Liu's tone was calm. After 1,000,000 years, she had become numb. So, you're already a dead person? Ning Qian frowned. I've been dead for a long time. If it wasn't for my soul remaining in this death bell, I would have disappeared from the world long ago. Bai Liu said faintly, however, you'd better be careful. Be careful of what? Be careful of the Death Palace's death generals. You should know that the Forbidden Land has an owner. Bai Liu said. The next moment, the space disappeared. Ning Qian reappeared in the main hall of the Death Palace. Husband. Ancestral master. Seeing Ning Qian suddenly appear, Su Yuyao and the others were overjoyed. The worry in their eyes gradually faded. They were worried that Ning Qian had disappeared into thin air. Husband, are you okay? A fragrant wind blew. In front of him, Su Yuyao looked at him worriedly. I'm fine. Ning Qian shook his head slightly and frowned. He looked around and asked, where's Bai Liu? The main hall was empty. Bai Liu's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Tian Mai frowned and looked at the black bell in Ning Qian's hand. She couldn't help but ask, I don't know where Bai Liu is, but isn't the death bell in your hands? Ning Qian was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand slightly, and the death bell appeared in his hand, swirling with black energy. At the same time, Bai Liu's voice sounded in his mind. I'm temporarily hiding in the death bell. Only then can you take me out. Hearing this, Ning Qian nodded slightly. However, he was still not used to hearing someone else's voice in his mind. After all, he was not used to hearing someone else's voice after listening to the system too much. The death bell is in Ning Buxu's hands. When they saw Ning Qian reappear in the main hall, everyone looked at him and saw the death bell in his hand, although they didn't know where the white-robed lady went. However, the death bell was indeed in Ning Buxu's hands. For a moment, everyone looked at each other with greed in their eyes. However, at this moment, there was a roar in the Death Palace. Then, the torrential death chi flowed and spread in all directions. The black shadows on the ground stood up. They were the Death Generals. It's these black shadows again. The death bell didn't ring. Seeing more and more Death Generals around them, the surrounding forces looked terrible. Daoist Ning, the owner of the Black Earth Death Mountain, has begun to interfere. Bai Liu's voice came from the death bell and entered Ning Qian's mind. The owner of the Black Earth Death Mountain? Hearing this, Ning Qian's face changed. Although he was a little confused, the most important thing now was to clear the surrounding Death Generals. In the Death Palace, thousands of black shadows appeared. Their aura was far stronger than before. Daoist Ning, the Death Chi, is afraid of the divine thunder. Bai Liu said again. Divine thunder. Ning Qian was stunned. He squinted his eyes and an idea came to his mind. System, use. 100,000 times power amplification card. Author's words. First of all, I'm sorry. I'm not in the mood today. I'm not satisfied with what I wrote. It might be rubbish. I'm really sorry. I didn't write well about the Black Earth Death Mountain, a forbidden zone for life. I'll speed up the plot. Chapter 4:18. TSK. TSK. Inside the Death Palace, wisps of death aura permeated the air and continued to spread in all directions. Strange ear-piercing screams resounded throughout the entire palace. All the pitch-black corpses in the surroundings turned into black ashes at this moment. Next. Under the shroud of the deathly aura, ghostly black shadows crawled out from the ground. This scene was like a ghost from hell, and it was extremely terrifying. It's all those ghostly black shadows. They're all death generals. There are tens of thousands of them. We're finished. We're all going to die here. The entire hall was filled with noises. The rustling noises made everyone's scalp go numb. Even the few demigod realm experts present had grave expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. Oh no. There are also death generals outside the Death Palace. And they're all heading towards the Death Palace. At this moment, a cry filled with despair rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked out of the Death Palace and saw waves of black fog surging. Ghostly black shadows flashed in the black fog and charged towards the Death Palace. They were densely packed, and the eerie cries of the death generals sounded like ferocious ghosts on the mountain top. Seeing this scene, even Dai Wuji and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Tens of thousands of death generals, in the Black Death Mountain where they could not use the void ability, even if they were demigod realm experts, they would still die if they were careless and were eroded by the deathly aura. The forbidden land of life was no joke. Ancestral Master, what should we do? At this moment, the immortal Dragon Emperor found his target and immediately came over, looking at Ning Qian with a smile. He was smart enough to know that he had to cozy up to Ning Qian. Ning Qian was silent. He had already activated the 100,000 times power amplification card and was thinking about how to maximize its power. As for the immortal Dragon Emperor coming over, he did not refuse. At this time, it was extremely good to have a strong assistant. Moreover, the immortal Dragon Emperor was more of an ally than an enemy. After all, he still had the indestructible dragon scale. If the indestructible Dragon Emperor were to die, he might lose some of his battle prowess. Dai Wuji and Void God Emperor frowned when they saw the cunning immortal Dragon Emperor running to the Patriarch's side. They wanted to curry favor with the immortal Dragon Emperor as well, but one was too embarrassed to do so, and the other was afraid of being tricked. Jie. In the surroundings, more and more death generals surrounded over. Many powerhouses had already started fighting. Hubby, the death general is coming. Su Yuyaro said. Spiritual chi surged around her. At the same time, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the other experts of the Dragon Clan also prepared for battle. Looking at so many death generals, Ning Qian frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. His previous plan was confirmed. He sat down cross-legged and looked at the others. Yu Yaro, Old Man Long, help me hold them off for a while. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Su Yuyaro and the immortal Dragon Emperor nodded solemnly without any hesitation. With the two demigods present, even the death generals would not be able to break through. Boom! The deathly aura became denser. Many powerhouses around them could not hold on. Void God Emperor chose to cooperate with Dai Wuji, but they also suffered casualties. As for the Demon Clan and the other Demon Clan, even the Nine Tribulations Great Emperor had fallen. The terror of these death generals was far beyond their imagination. After all, the Black Soil Death Mountain had existed for millions of years. The death generals who had absorbed the deathly aura for thousands of years were already very powerful, not to mention the death generals who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. That kind of existence was extremely terrifying. The dead had existed longer than the living. Ning Qian and the others were at a place. Ning Qian sat cross-legged. Spiritual chi surged around him. Around him, Su Yuyaro had activated her half-demon body and transformed into a fox demon. Her fox tail swayed, and the demonic aura and spiritual chi coexisted on her body. She kept killing the death generals around her, but she did not take the initiative to attack. She would only attack when the death generals attacked Ning Tian. Compared to others, she only cared about Ning Tian's safety. Dozens of minutes later, in the Death Palace, the deathly aura grew thicker. The number of death generals did not decrease, but increased. Many cultivators had turned into black ashes. "Miss Su, we can't go on like this." The immortal dragon emperor frowned as he panted heavily. He looked at the death generals around him with a grave expression. It had only been a dozen minutes, but a few great emperors of the dragon clan were already dead. If this continued, it would be this old man's turn to die. "We have to go on even if it's not. My husband is not ready yet," Su Yuyaro said coldly, her eyes fixed on Ning Tian. "All right." The immortal dragon emperor spread his hands and then looked at the flame-sealing lion king hiding behind him. He could not help but feel puzzled. Why didn't the ancestor attack? Could it be that he was testing him? "Miss Su, the death generals are coming again," Old Tu's somewhat solemn voice suddenly sounded from the side. In an instant, Su Yueyao's expression turned grave. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she moved her fox tail to stand in front of Ning Tian. At this moment, a hand reached out and placed on her shoulder. Then, a chuckle sounded. "Yuyaro, let's watch your husband's performance next." "Husband?" Su Yuyaro was stunned. She looked at Ning Tian, who was slowly getting up, in surprise. You're ready?" "Yes." Ning Tian nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Condensing so many techniques at the same time was really exhausting. He had drained a few of his spiritual seas. He hoped that the next technique would not disappoint him. He slowly got up. Then, his body shook, and a wisp of ethereal aura appeared. In an instant, countless ethereal avatars appeared in the Death Palace. So many Ning Buksu. Seeing this scene, the surrounding powerhouses frowned. Their eyes were filled with doubt. What was Ning Buksu up to this time? At the same time, Ning Tian's original body directly activated the heaven god's power at this moment. The divine thunder doctrine began to appear. The countless ethereal avatars did the same thing. A huge thundercloud circulated. The divine thunder surged. It was not over yet. Don't forget that the ethereal aura had another function. Enchantment. It was a disguised way to increase the power of the technique. Divine thunder doctrine, heavenly annihilation thunder calamity. Ning Tian shouted and directly activated the 100,000 times power amplification card at this moment. In an instant, the divine thunder doctrine displayed by the thousands of ethereal avatars was also strengthened. The thousands of ethereal avatars used the 100,000 times power amplification card at the same time and were still in the enchantment state of the ethereal aura. It directly strengthened the attack to the most powerful state. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the aura of destruction flowed out. Seeing this scene, Di Wuji and the rest twitched their mouths. "Oh my god, is Brother Ning trying to tear down the entire Death Palace?" After organizing for an entire night, it's finally much clearer. I've written one chapter. There are 2 more chapters in the afternoon. I'll continue writing after I wake up. Today seems to be Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Chapter 419. Above the Death Palace. Thunder roared in the sky filled with black fog. Tens of millions of thunder dragons could be vaguely seen surging. Waves of dragon aura spread in all directions. Seeing this, the immortal dragon emperor frowned. Why was this dragon aura so similar to his? From the looks of it, he seemed to be even stronger than himself. Boom! Rumble, thunder roared continuously as if a tribulation transcendence was happening. Inside the Dead Palace, many powerhouses looked at this scene and froze in place. Was Daoist Ning planning to demolish the Dead Palace? With so many thunder tribulations, facing so many death generals, that scene, heavenly annihilation thunder tribulation, fall. Not far away, Ning Tian's spirit chi surged. His robe fluttered in the wind as he slammed his palm down heavily. At the same time, around the Death Palace, tens of millions of Daoist Nings were doing the same thing. Tens of millions of divine thunderbolts struck down heavily. That scene stunned many cultivators. Boom. So powerful. Such divine power. Is this Ning Buksu's strength? A group of cultivators exclaimed. Soon, their expressions changed drastically as they ran for their lives. No, no. F***CK. Ning Buksu has included us in his attack range. F***CK. Let's run. We'll die if we're hit by this. I knew it. This guy wouldn't be so kind as to save us. For a moment. The Death Generals pounced on the divine thunderbolts and turned into black ashes in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators, including Di Wuji and the others, sprinted towards the exit of the Death Palace. Oh my god. Daoist Ning must be crazy. The moment Ning Tian's divine thunderbolt struck, he opened the void and summoned a void ship for everyone to hide inside. Even he could not estimate the power of the tens of millions of divine thunderbolts, coupled with the ethereal enchantment and the 100,000 times power amplification card. Boom. Boom. After Di Wuji and the others ran for their lives, thunder rumbled around the Death Palace for more than 10 minutes. According to the memories of the cultivators outside of the Black Death Mountain, they saw a sudden clap of thunder in the originally dark Black Death Mountain. Then, a small ray of light appeared in the mountain. In the daytime, thunder rumbled as tens of millions of figures flickered. Following that, the Black Earth Death Mountain trembled continuously. It was as though there was a demolition team working in the dead mountain. At that moment, one of the little lions widened its eyes and grew a lot. 10 minutes later, the silhouette of the Death Palace was still there. All that was left was a ruin and a mess on the ground. The surrounding black ash was swept away by the lightning tribulation, and the death aura was much thinner. Hiss, oh my god. On a nearby mountain, Di Wuji and the others were in a sorry state, but they had no time to care. Their eyes were fixed on the Death Palace, which had been reduced to rubble. Their eyes were filled with shock. The Death Palace is gone. What kind of joke is this? This is a building in the life-forbidden zone. How could Daoist Ning tear it down so quickly? Not to mention the Death Generals, even the surrounding black ash was scattered by the lightning tribulation. Even the Death Palace was turned into ruins. How terrifying. Di Wuji swallowed his saliva and looked at the scene in shock. Although he wanted to spar with Daoist Ning, what if Daoist Ning chose to spar in the Limitless God Dynasty? If he used that move just now, he was afraid that the hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation of the Limitless God Dynasty would be reduced to nothing in a second. As for Old Shu, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Above the ruins, a spatial fluctuation appeared, and Ning Tian's group walked out from the void. When they saw the mess and the ruins, they couldn't help but be speechless. The power of tens of millions of ancestral masters attacking was indeed extraordinary. Roar! The ceiling flame Lion King widened its eyes and looked at the ruins. Its eyes were bright, and it seemed to have understood a lot. Oh my god! This is the power that Master Lion wants. My heaven-demolishing gate patriarch is truly extraordinary. He really can demolish the forbidden zone. Hiss, if I, Master Lion, can master this move, then I, Master Lion, will definitely reach the pinnacle of demolition. I will live for demolition, die for demolition, and fight for demolition for my entire life. Roar. Wu, turned A. The immortal Dragon Emperor didn't know what the old ancestor was muttering, but he couldn't help but shudder uncontrollably. He suddenly felt that the place where the immortal dragon race had moved to was a little unsafe. Looks like the effect of this 100,000 power amplification card is pretty good. Ning Tian nodded in satisfaction when he saw the power of this move. You shocked the ceiling flame Lion King. You have shocked Di Wuji. You scared the Void God Emperor so much that he peed his pants. You've shocked the Drought Demon powerhouses. Reward skill card, shoplifting, one-time skill card. Effect, the literal meaning. The host can understand it on his own. After all, the system's products have always been the best. The host doesn't need to doubt it. Ning Tian was silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching. Shoplifting? System, Are you sure this isn't shoplifting? The system was indeed a system. It could always come up with such a grand name. Cough, cough. The host is doing what a decent person does. Is that considered shoplifting? Who would steal from a decent person? Would you steal? Anyway, I don't steal. The system's serious voice rang in his mind. Hearing this, Ning Tian was speechless. I'm the one who used this skill card, not you. Of course you don't steal. He shook his head slightly and sighed. Then, he silently put away the shoplifting skill card. This thing should come in handy someday, right? Brother Ning, leave the Black Death Mountain quickly. Otherwise, when the owner of the Black Death Mountain wakes up, you might, at this moment. Bai Liu's voice rang in his mind, and the death bell hidden in the storage ring flickered. However, before she could finish speaking, she stopped abruptly. Bai Liu. Ning Tian froze for a moment and tried to call out. However, there was no response. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at Su Yuyaro and the others with a dignified expression. Yuyaro, let's get ready to leave. Su Yuyaro nodded lightly. However, at this moment, the entire Black Death Mountain shook violently. Then, that dense death aura continued to sweep out. It spread in all directions. Death aura, the death aura is coming again. On the surrounding mountains, some surviving cultivators were instantly enveloped. In the blink of an eye, they turned into black ashes. Not good. Let's leave quickly. Feeling the surrounding death aura gradually thickening, Ning Tian hurriedly said to Su Yuyaro and the others. His figure moved and was about to leave. But at this moment, a terrifying death aura suddenly burst toward Ning Tian. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react at all. Dong, at this moment. The sound of the death bell suddenly rang. In front of him was a beautiful figure in white. Chapter 420. Dong. Dong. The deathly aura flowed out. Bai Liu appeared in front of Ning Tian. The death bell in her arms kept ringing. The deathly aura was instantly blocked by the sound of the death bell. At the same time, Ning Tian had time to react. His footsteps were like a dragon as he took a step back. Su Yuyaro also released her demigod aura and landed in front of Ning Tian. The deathly aura was extremely terrifying. Even she had to take it seriously. It's that woman. Di Wuji and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw Bai Liu suddenly appear. However, judging from the woman's actions just now, she seemed to be protecting Ning Buxu. When he saw the two women in front of Daoist Ning shielding him, Di Wuji felt that he had lost. He had lost completely. Where did this deathly aura come from? Su Yuyaro frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. Deathmaster. Deathmaster. Bai Liu's expression remained calm the entire time. In her current state, she did not show any emotions. Deathmaster? Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro were stunned when they heard this. Could it be the master of the Black Death Mountain's life-restricted zone? Ning Tian quickly thought of something. Bai Liu had said in the space that every life-restricted zone was not ownerless but had a master. Boom. In an instant, in the sky, black aura filled the air. The deathly aura flowed out. The entire Black Death Mountain was filled with black ashes and turned into death generals. They were endless and were 100 times more numerous than before. Jia, the death general's strange cries were constantly heard. It was like a demonic sound. Seeing this, Di Wuji and the other experts turned pale instantly. There was a trace of despair in their eyes. They kept muttering to themselves, there are so many of them. Is this the so-called life-restricted zone? Could it be, even the demigod realm experts were going to die here? A few hundred times, Ning Tian looked around. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This time, he did not have a 100,000 times amplification card. Moreover, there were so many death generals. Even if he had one, it would be useless. Boom. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound. In the Black Earth Death Mountain, all the death generals stood where they were, as if they were welcoming their king. Bai Liu, where are you going? Inside the Black Soil Death Mountain, a strange voice that was neither male nor female echoed in the surroundings. It was impossible to tell where the voice came from. Hearing this, the expressions of the group of experts changed drastically as fear surfaced in their heart. This voice, it was the existence in the Black Earth Death Mountain. The master of the Black Earth Death Mountain, that was a being that no one had seen for millions of years, but today, it had actually been alarmed. Should they cry? Or should he laugh? Death Overlord. Hearing this strange sound, Ning Qian frowned. His eyes were grave. Su Yuyaro hurriedly channeled her demigod aura to protect him. The master of the Forbidden Zone, they were all unknown and terrifying existences. I'm going to look for him. Bai Liu's expression did not change as he said indifferently. Him? He's already dead. Even if you go, it won't help. In the Black Earth Death Mountain, the voice of the Death Overlord resounded throughout the Forbidden Zone. His voice could be heard everywhere. I'm still going. I've guarded for you for 2 million years. Our agreement has been fulfilled. Bai Liu continued. This time, she was met with a long silence. Nothing will change even if you go. After leaving the Black Earth Death Mountain, you might disappear at any time. I won't let you go. The voice of the Death Overlord was emotionless. Bai Liu did not finish her words. Her actions had proven everything. She had to go. 2 million years had passed in the blink of an eye. However, once she recalled the past, time seemed to have slowed down. Moreover, this human brat destroyed my death palace and killed my death generals. He doesn't put me in his eyes. I won't let him take you away. Moreover, he can't leave the Black Earth Death Mountain. The voice of the Death Overlord resounded again. This time, his words were directed at Ning Qian. Although he did not see the Death Master, Ning Qian felt a terrifying gaze land on him the moment he said those words. At the same time, the deathly aura in the Black Earth Death Mountain began to thicken. A transcendent aura rushed towards Ning Qian. In an instant, he found it difficult to breathe. The deathly aura continued to attack him. Husband. Seeing this, Su Yueyao's face changed. She quickly used her demigod aura to help Ning Qian resist. At this moment, the sound of the death bell spread out. Bai Liu, you want to help him? The voice of the Death Overlord became a little impatient. Only he can bring me to him. Bai Liu's voice was calm. The death bell in his arms kept ringing. All right. If that's the case, don't blame me for not taking into account our 2 million years of friendship. As soon as the voice of the Death Overlord resounded, a black fog appeared in the sky. A giant hand formed by the deathly aura pressed down on the group. The boundless aura was far beyond that of a demigod. Hold on. Death Overlord, are you sure you dare to hurt him? At this moment, the voice of a young man resounded in the sky. Another almighty expert. Seeing this, Di Wuji and the rest were shocked. It's you. The giant hand formed by the deathly aura stopped. The voice seemed to be surprised. I didn't expect you to still be alive. A human actually has a vitality that is comparable to that of the Life Forbidden Zone. Of course I'm alive. My mission is not over yet. The hearty voice resounded in the sky. Are you sure you want to hurt him? Why wouldn't I dare? The Death Overlord asked. If you dare, you can check his body constitution. As soon as the voice died down, Ning Qian clearly felt a strand of divine sense pass through her body. His actually, the Death Overlord's voice was solemn. No wonder he could destroy my death palace formed by the deathly aura with his bare hands, although he hasn't grown up yet. But, if you still dare to hurt him, I might as well tell you some news. His first wife is the descendant of the sacred sun god. I don't need to tell you how protective he is. As for his second wife, she has the bloodline of the demon god Nine-tailed celestial fox. If these few join forces, even if they can't flatten your Black Death Mountain, they should be able to make your tens of millions of years of hard work go to waste, right? Death Overlord, are you sure you want to continue? The voice slowly resounded in the sky. As soon as the words came out, the Black Death Mountain fell into a long silence. Everyone trembled in fear as they looked at the surrounding death generals and the deathly aura that was constantly spreading. After a long time, forget it. A sigh sounded. Then, the surrounding death generals turned into black ashes, and the deathly aura quietly retreated. Seeing this scene, Di Wuji and the rest widened their eyes. Daoist Ning's background actually scared this death overlord away. Chapter 421. At this moment, Di Wuji and the others looked at Ning Tian in a different light. Di Wuji furrowed his brows as a grave look appeared on his dignified face. As the emperor of the Wuji divine dynasty, he naturally had some understanding of the deity plane and had heard of the name of Saint Sun God. That person was the lord of the endless fire territory. Fellow Daoist Ning is actually related to this old man, and the nine-tailed celestial fox. A demon god almighty. At this moment, Di Wuji felt that he was far inferior to Ning Buksu in terms of background, strength, and future. Was he worthy to spar with him? It was no wonder Daoist Ning would decline every time he sparred with him. Perhaps he was giving him face. Did he not want to embarrass him? Di Wuji looked at Ning Tian with a complicated gaze. There was respect, admiration, and a trace of unwillingness. As for the Void God Emperor, he was already trembling in fear. He almost cried. If not for the crowd, he would have run over and admitted defeat. Oh, no, he would have admitted defeat. You shocked Di Wuji. You shocked the Void God Emperor. You shocked the Immortal Dragon Emperor. You shocked the Drought Demon race. Reward, Nomological Laws Absorption card. Effect, increase speed, strengthen absorption, and perfect nomological laws. While the crowd was still in shock, the system's voice kept ringing in Ning Tian's mind. Ning Tian was stunned. He coughed and said, "Ahem, keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Those who did not know better would think that he was a man who lived off women. Seriously, did Ning Tian look like a man who lived off women? He just had bad teeth. It was easy for him to grit his teeth. That was all. However, he knew that his little wife had the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. With the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, even if she went to the realm of the gods, the nine-tailed fox, as a demon god almighty, would not turn a blind eye to her bloodline successor. After all, not everyone had the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. However, this was the first time he had heard of the sacred Sun Empyrean god. He had never heard of the sacred Sun Empyrean god's name from Luo Wuqing. However, Ning Tian frowned slightly and pondered for a while. Although the name Sacred Sun God was unfamiliar to him, he remembered another name. It was the constitution that Luo Wuqing possessed, the Sacred Sun Constitution. Chapter 214, the system said, "Host, you finally remembered. Thank goodness I didn't waste my breath explaining to you. Ning Tian, when I return to the heavenly spirit region and see my wife, I can ask her about it in detail." Ning Tian muttered and quickly made up his mind. Since he was living off a woman, he had to do it all the way. No, he was just curious about his first wife's background. Human, consider yourself lucky today. If it were a normal person who tore down my death palace, I would definitely suppress him under the death mountain and absorb the death chi for millions of years. I would make him beg for death. The Death Lord's cold snort resounded through the sky and echoed throughout the Black Death Mountain. It was obvious that she was very unhappy at the moment. The death chi in the Black Death Mountain trembled with her voice. Upon hearing this, many cultivators trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. Being suppressed under the Death Mountain and absorbing the death chi for millions of years was a torture that no one could bear, no matter how strong their willpower was. Awoo! The flame-sealing Lion King howled and immediately hid behind the Immortal Dragon Emperor. Damn! Fortunately, it wasn't Master Lion who tore down the Death Palace. It was my ancestor who tore down the Gate of Heaven. Otherwise, the flame-sealing Lion King trembled at the thought. The Immortal Dragon Emperor looked at it with a head full of question marks. Why was this ancestor so different from when he was in the Dragon Tribe? He was no longer as majestic as before. It was really strange. After the Death Overlord finished speaking, he looked at Bai Liu, who had a cold expression on his face. Bai Liu, if you can't find him, you are always welcome to come back to the Black Death Mountain. Perhaps. Bai Liu said calmly. The two living beings in the Black Death Mountain began to talk. Ning Tian frowned when he heard the Death Lord's words. A glint flashed in his eyes. As the owner of the Life Forbidden Zone, the Death Lord should have a lot of good stuff, right? It shouldn't be too much for me to take something from it, right? I just need to do it secretly. System, use the shoplifting skill card. Target, Death Lord. Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Using shoplifting skill card. Use successful. Bai Liu was still talking to the Death Lord when the system's voice faded. Bai Liu, only the Black Death Mountain can maintain your current state for a long time. If you... who is it? The Death Lord's voice sounded at this moment. Suddenly, the voice trembled. The strange voice, which was originally indistinguishable from a man's or a woman's, suddenly became clear. It was a pleasant female voice with a hint of imperial voice. In the end, it seemed to have lost its sense of propriety. The owner of the Black Death Mountain is a woman? Hiss, that female voice indeed fell into the ears of many cultivators in the surroundings. They were all shocked and widened their eyes. No one expected it. The existence that had been in charge of the Black Death Mountain for tens of millions of years was actually a woman with a very pleasant voice. It's a woman? Su Yuyaro frowned and looked at Ning Tian, who was a little unnatural. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Hubby, are you okay? Cough. I'm fine. Ning Tian waved his hand. Although he was fine, it was very unnatural. He was a little flustered in his heart. F***CK, system, get out here. What kind of thing are you holding? He roared in his heart. Before the Deathmaster's voice had even sounded, he already knew that the Deathmaster was a woman. Don't ask why. He asked because of the armor that the woman in his arms was wearing. Damn it, of all the things to hold, why did you have to hold this thing? It was an existence that couldn't be provoked. System, is it exciting? Host. Ning Tian, I'm not exciting you, big star. He rolled his eyes. The breastplate in his arms still had a hint of warmth and fragrance. This was at least a divine artifact, but it was a pity that he couldn't adjust the size. If he did, his little wife's figure wouldn't be able to wear it. His first wife with a better figure should be able to wear it. As for returning it to the Death Lord, Ning Tian didn't even think about it. Although it was a piece of personal clothing, it was still a divine artifact. Since it was in his hands, it was fated to be with him. It was impossible for him to return it. Just as Ning Tian was thinking carefully, he suddenly felt a gaze with a hint of shame and anger fall on him. Huh! You found out it's me? Author's words, it's good for your health to stay up late writing. Cough cough, I made this armor. You can just treat it as a modern thing. Good night. No, good morning. When you wake up in the afternoon, continue writing and posting. There are still 2 more chapters. Chapter 422. The moment that angry gaze landed on Ning Tian, his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly put the breastplate into his storage ring without batting an eyelid. What just happened? Ning Tian said that he did not know anything. Boom. The deathly aura suddenly circulated and spread in all directions. Huh! Bai Liu was stunned when he saw this scene. Give it back to me. The voice of the dead lord sounded again. Since her voice had been exposed, she simply used her original voice instead of the strange voice of a man and a woman. Her voice was cold and a little angry. Her things. Give it back to her. Di Wuji and the others were stunned when they heard this. They were puzzled. Who was so bold to touch this existence's things? At this moment, all the deathly aura around them pointed at Ning Tian. Di Wuji and the others coughed when they saw this scene. It was the ancestral master? Then it was fine. She was indeed the ancestral master. She even dared to touch the dead lord's things. Things? What things? I don't know anything. Ning Tian coughed and whistled to show that he was a good person. He did not know anything. If you have the ability, tell me what you lost. Since she was the ancestral master, she had to be shameless to the extreme. This was in line with the ancestral master's behavior. If she was not shameless, she was not the ancestral master. Hearing this, the dead lord's voice suddenly stopped. She seemed to be gritting her teeth and was at a loss. Even if she was the master of the Black Death Mountain and one of the ancient existences in the world, she could not say that Ning Tian took her underwear in front of so many people. After all, she was still a woman. You are shameless. The dead lord's words were helpless. If it was an ordinary person, she would not have said so much nonsense. She would have directly hit him with the deathly aura. What the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over. However, this shameless person was not only extraordinary, but also had a terrifying background. Thank you for the compliment, Ning Tian said with a smile. The voice of the Death Lord instantly disappeared without a trace. However, from the chaotic death energy of the Black Earth Death Mountain, it could be seen that she was going crazy. Didn't I just cultivate for a few million years? Since when had the human race become so shameless? Not far away, he saw this scene. Di Wuji's eyes widened as he looked at Ning Tian. His heart was filled with frustration. He suddenly understood. It seemed that in terms of looks and face, he couldn't compare to fellow Daoist Ning. Haha. Death, you have already made things difficult for them. Treat the things that you have lost as a gift for them. That hearty laughter once again sounded in the sky at an extremely inappropriate time. Death Overlord, she was speechless and a little mad. Your family is giving close-fitting clothes like a corset as a gift. Damn fortune teller, shut up. The cold voice of the Death Lord resounded as he shouted at the sky. Then, the surrounding deathly aura gradually calmed down. Fine, I'll give this to you. Also, hurry up and leave the Black Earth Death Mountain. Bai Liu, I hope you remember my words. The Black Earth Death Mountain welcomes you back at any time. This will be your second home. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Earth Death Mountain became quiet again. The voice of the Death Lord didn't sound again. In the sky, the black aura slowly dissipated. Then, the surrounding deathly aura receded, forming a path without any deathly aura. It seemed that the Death Lord couldn't wait for Ning Tian and the others to leave quickly. I will, Bai Liu said indifferently. Then, his figure slowly dissipated. The death bell flickered with a black light and fell into Ning Tian's hand. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to snatch the death bell from me? Ning Tian held the death bell in his hand and looked at the group of experts around him. Everyone was silent. Who would dare to attack Ning Tian now? The Death Lord was still here, and there was even a mysterious expert in the sky. These people seemed to be standing beside Ning Buxu. If you dare to move, you dare to die. No need. Di Wuji waved his hand slightly and said slowly, I see that the death bell is fated to be with Brother Ning. How can we snatch other people's opportunities? Yes, yes. The death bell is fated to be with Brother Ning. There were sounds of agreement around them. Seeing this scene, the corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Like he said, this death bell was indeed fated with him. It was a pity that the devil race had fled too quickly. Otherwise, he would have been able to suppress them. Hubby, what did you take from the Death Lord? At this time, Su Yuyaro couldn't help but ask curiously. Well, it's a secret. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously, causing Su Yuyaro to roll her eyes in resentment. He couldn't be blamed for this. Although the second wife's figure was good, she still couldn't wear the breastplate and would appear out of place. Only the first wife's perfect figure could completely wear the breastplate. After all, the breastplate couldn't be adjusted by itself. However, should he give his concubine a chest massage to enrich her breasts? Otherwise, if there were such good things in the future, wouldn't it be a waste? There was a reason why he didn't tell the second wife. If he did, wouldn't his image as a decent ancestral master be ruined? Ahaha. Let's go. Ning Tian glanced at the passageway and said to the group. Ancestral master, let's meet in the heavenly Fox Valley. Just as everyone was about to leave, the young man's voice sounded in the sky. Okay. Ning Tian nodded slightly. This damn fortune teller was rarely reliable. He also had many doubts, waiting for Chen Gaojiang to explain. This trip. It seemed to let him know a lot of things that he didn't know before. Soon, the group left the Black Death Mountain. In the Black Death Mountain, the Death Qi returned to its rich state. One by one, the Death Generals wandered in the mountain forest. In a pitch-black hall, a beautiful figure in black sat in the hall. In the dark space, her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Her long black hair just reached her waist. At this moment, She had her arms crossed in front of her chest. A small voice murmured, "Damn it, he actually stole my breastplate. What a shameless human. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless heavenly god body. However, I didn't expect that the 10th heavenly god body would appear. If he goes to the divine domain, I'm afraid the divine domain will become more interesting. Moreover, that guy's background seems to be a bit too big. The previous heavenly god bodies all started from scratch. Why is it that this guy has become a little different? Really, interesting." As his voice faded, the pitch-black hall was filled with endless darkness. Chapter 423. When the group of people walked out of the Black Death Mountain and prepared to return to the Skyfox Valley, Ning Tian did not forget to collect his small fortune. Although the tens of billions of spirit coins were not much, it was still an unexpected fortune. In the deep forest outside the Black Death Mountain, there were still many cultivators waiting. They did not know what had happened in the life-forbidden zone. "Let's go and take a look. This is an essential elixir to enter the Black Death Mountain. Take one and you'll be able to ignore the death chi. There hasn't been a bad review since its opening. It's very cheap." The sounds of hawking continued to ring out. F***CK. "You lousy Daoist priest, how dare you sell me fake elixirs? I'll give you a bad review now." At this moment, several auras appeared in the Black Death Mountain. Many cultivators walked out of the Black Death Mountain. Although there were only 1/10 of the people who went in, it was still quite a number. "Fellow Daoist, you're not dead." The Daoist priest who was selling the elixirs changed his expression slightly. He touched his small beard and narrowed his eyes. "If you're not dead, won't I get a bad review? F***CK. So this is the reason why your elixirs didn't get a bad review. Those who ate it are all dead. F***CK. Damn Daoist priest, die. Wait, a hero shouldn't hit the face." Ah! Screams could be heard endlessly. Seeing this scene, many of the surrounding cultivators were a little surprised. This time, there seemed to be more people coming out of the Black Soil Death Mountain. Could it be that something unexpected had happened in the Black Earth Death Mountain? Not far away, beside the wooden platform, the manager of the Windfall Pavilion looked at the crowd with a smile. "It seems that the Death Bell has found a new owner. I wonder if it's the Wuji dynasty or some other popular sect," he thought happily in his heart. No matter which popular power obtained the Death Bell, his Windfall Pavilion would be able to make a huge profit. "As long as you bet more, you might make a small profit, but I will never lose money. Hey, brother manager, are you waiting for me?" At this moment, a laughter sounded. A group of people walked toward the Windfall Pavilion from the Black Death Mountain. This is Ning Buxu." Seeing Ning Tian, the manager of the Windfall Pavilion trembled and became nervous. After all, this time, Ning Tian had come in his true appearance. His handsome face was well known in the primal chaos imperial domain. This was especially true for profiteers and bandits like them who worshipped Ning Buxu. They were all researching how to rob 1,000,000 cultivators. "Fellow Daoist Ning, I wonder why fellow Daoist Ning is looking for my sudden wealth pavilion?" Although he was a little nervous, the manager of the Windfall Pavilion still maintained his professional integrity. He raised a smile and looked at Ning Tian. "Oh, nothing, I'm just here to collect the money," Ning Tian replied with an "oh." After that, he glanced at the wooden sign behind the manager. The spirit coins on it had already reached a sky-high price of 50 billion spirit coins. "Oh." Hearing this, the manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion raised his eyebrows. Why didn't he remember that Ning Buxu had also placed a bet? But it didn't matter. Ning Buxu had robbed 1,000,000 cultivators. It was impossible for him to be poor. As long as Ning Buxu placed a lot of bets, he wouldn't lose out. After all, their way of making money was to take 30% of the bets he placed. "I wonder who fellow Daoist Ning placed a bet. I'll check it out," the Sudden Wealth Pavilion's manager said to Ning Tian with a smile. The nervousness in his heart had dissipated by quite a bit. "Tear down the heavenly gate," Ning Tian said with a smile. After saying that, he took out his voucher. Tear down the heavenly gate." The manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Why did this name sound so familiar? F***CK. Wasn't this the tear down the heavenly gate that he had placed a spirit coin on? Looking at Ning Buxu's smiling face, which was exactly the same as the smile of the previous person, the manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion instantly understood many things. He seemed to have heard the sound of his heart breaking. F***CK. That bastard Ning Buxu schemed against me. Even if he could take 30% of the profits, it would be 30% of a spirit coin's worth. How much could it be? Brother manager, brother manager. At this time, Ning Tian waved his hand in front of his eyes very considerately, waking him up and letting him face despair. Brother manager, your Sudden Wealth Pavilion won't break your promise, right? After the manager woke up, Ning Tian looked at him with a smile. No, I won't. The manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said word by word, fellow Daoist Ning, don't worry. My Sudden Wealth Pavilion has always been honest. I'll give you the spirit coin now. After saying that, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Ning Tian. Fellow Daoist Ning, count it. Ning Tian took it and nodded after looking at it for a while. Okay, although I earned tens of billions of spirit coins with one spirit coin, I'm still very satisfied. Hearing this, the manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion twitched the corner of his mouth. Can you say something human? On the side, Su Yuyaro and the others had long been used to it. Haha. Brother manager, I'll look for your Sudden Wealth Pavilion again next time. There aren't many stores that are so honest. Ning Tian smiled and patted the manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion on the shoulder, then turned around and left with the group of people. Still look for my Sudden Wealth Pavilion. Hearing this, the manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion trembled. He looked at Ning Tian and the others as if he had seen a devil. It's over, my Sudden Wealth Pavilion is finished. His lips were trembling. At this time, a group of people came over. Hey, manager, we want to bet. Damn it. We're bankrupt, get lost. The manager of the Sudden Wealth Pavilion had broken through his defense. Ning Tian and the others once again stepped on the void ship and rushed toward the Skyfox Valley. As for the immortal Dragon Emperor, he slipped away after leaving the Black Earth Death Mountain. After all, if he didn't slip away as soon as possible and was targeted by the old ancestor, wouldn't his new home be gone? On the void ship. In a room, Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro were alone. No. To be exact, Bai Liu was also there, but at this moment, she was inside the death bell. Su Yuyaro looked at the death bell on the desktop mountain and couldn't help but ask, Honey, you mean Bai Liu is inside the death bell? Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly. According to Bai Liu, she had just left the Black Earth Death Mountain, so the death energy in her body could only be preserved inside the death bell. This was also the reason why the Death Lord didn't want her to leave. If she was careless, she might disappear from the world. I see. Su Yuyaro nodded and pouted her red lips. Then, she approached Ning Tian and whispered something in his ear. Huh? Yuyao, are you serious? Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes widened and she swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Su Yuyaro blushed slightly. She licked her red lips and nodded slightly. Ah. Bai Liu is still here. Ning Tian glanced at the death bell on the table and coughed dryly. Chapter 424. 2 million years. Hearing this, Ning Tian picked up his teacup and swirled the tea in it. His eyes flashed with a complicated look. Although he had been in this world for a long time and had gotten used to it, 2 million years was still too long for him. Yes. Chen Gaijiang smiled with an aloof look. It's only 2 million years. Believe me, time always passes quickly. After all, however, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ning Tian. She picked up her tea and looked at Chen Gaijiang with disdain. If that's the case, you're already so old. Chen Gaijiang's mouth twitched. He looked at Ning Tian helplessly. Fellow Daoist Ning, cultivators don't look at time. It's only a few million years. For some existences, it's still very young. Yes, what you said makes sense, but I won't listen. Ning Tian nodded and took a sip of tea. Hearing this, Even the good-tempered Chen Guijiang had an inexplicable urge to beat Ning Tian up. Isn't this Ning Tian too despicable? However, thinking of his two wives with powerful backgrounds, Chen Guijiang immediately lost his temper. Although he had lived for a long time, he only had his life. In terms of cultivation, if he really fought, he really couldn't win. Forget it. I'll endure it. Chen Guijiang took a deep breath and looked at Ning Tian. He changed the topic. Today, I called fellow Daoist Ning over to answer some of your questions. I'm sure you have a lot of questions after this trip to the Black Earth Death Mountain. Questions? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned and gradually became serious. Does every forbidden land have an owner? You can say that. Chen Guijiang gave an ambiguous answer. Every forbidden land is an ownerless existence in the beginning, but as time passes, the laws of heaven and earth and spirit energy continue to grow. In the end, many forbidden lands have owners. The laws of heaven and earth. Ning Tian's eyes flashed and Chen Guijiang closed his mouth, allowing Ning Tian to think on his own. Ning Tian frowned and muttered to himself. At first, there was no master. But as time passed, the laws of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gave birth to a master. After a moment of thought, his eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He seemed to be enlightened. Could it be that the Death Overlord himself is the law of death? Ning Tian looked at Chen Guijiang and asked tentatively. No. The Black Death Mountain indeed has another name, the Forbidden Death Ground. However, the Lord of Death is not the law of death. She is only a creature born from the law of death, an existence closest to the law of death. Chen Guijiang said slowly as he sipped his tea. Doesn't that mean it's the same for the other forbidden zones? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Not all the forbidden zones. Chen Guijiang shook his head. To be exact, all the forbidden zones you know of are like this. Their owners are all creatures born from heaven and earth, an existence closest to the law of death. In other words, if fellow Ning wants to unleash the full potential of the heavenly God constitution, you have to go to these forbidden zones born from the law of heaven and earth. Ning Tian frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He looked at Chen Guijiang and asked, what about them? Did they do it? No. Chen Guijiang shook his head slightly. He knew that the them Ning Tian was referring to was the previous Sky God constitution. Every one of them mastered one type of nomological law to the limit, but no one has ever mastered a second type. There's no need to even mention grasping all of the laws. None of them. Ning Tian sighed in relief. Since none of them had done it, should he take the initiative to break the record? He wondered what kind of reward he would get if he shocked the heavenly God constitution. Thinking of this, even he was looking forward to it. However, according to Chen Guijiang, one couldn't completely master the law of the Forbidden Zone just by going to it. For example, he went to the Black Death Mountain and didn't master the strong law of death. If that was the case, then, do I have to go to the Black Death Mountain again? Ning Tian's mouth twitched. If he went to the Black Death Mountain again, what if the Master of Death didn't care about his background and wanted to attack him? Yes. Chen Guijiang nodded with a smile and waved his fan. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Ning, if you go there again, the Master of Death might give you the real law of death. After all, you stole her corset. Puff. Chen Guijiang didn't finish his words. A fist appeared in front of him. Then, his vision turned black and he flew into the sky, disappearing like a meteor. I didn't expect Pavilion Master Chen to fly so far away. Bai Liu hugged the death bell and looked at Chen Guijiang, who disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew. Ning Tian silently withdrew his fist and breathed a sigh of relief. He almost made the fortune teller say something he shouldn't say. Fortunately, he made the first move and directly sent him flying. Fellow Daoist Ning, what did you steal from the Master of Death? Bai Liu looked over. Cough, nothing. That fortune teller made it up. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. After a dry cough, he said again, by the way, Bai Liu, can you tell me about the reincarnation Tao God now? Hearing this, Bai Liu was silent for a moment. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the death bell. After a while, she shook her head. I will tell you in detail when you are ready to go to the Endless Sea Domain. Now, absorb the law of death that I promised you. Although it can't be compared to the master of death, it can at least be regarded as a high-level law comprehension. As for the death bell, I can't give it to you now. Okay. Ning Tian didn't hesitate and nodded. Although Bai Liu's law of death wasn't as good as the master of death, it was far beyond ordinary people. As for why she didn't give him the death bell, he understood in his heart. After all, Bai Liu was the spirit of the death bell. She certainly didn't want to surrender so early. He wasn't in a hurry and let fate take its course. Well, fellow Daoist Ning, get ready, Bai Liu said. Then, the death aura quietly circulated, and the death bell in his arms began to emit sounds. Dong, dong every time the bell rang, it seemed to represent a different concept. Ning Tian was stunned when he heard the sound of the death bell. His brows furrowed subconsciously. When the sound of the bell rang, he felt as though he had been dragged into a land of death. Boundless deathly aura swept across his body. That's right, fellow Daoist Ning. Bai Liu's flat voice sounded. You have to listen to the sound of the death bell and comprehend the law of death. Chapter 425. Okay. After hearing Bai Liu's words, Ning Tian nodded. He channeled his spiritual energy and concentrated on listening to the sound of the death bell. He wanted to feel the aura of death that was coming at him. He wanted to find the death precept in this aura. At the same time, Ning Tian said in his heart, System, use the precept absorption card. Using the precept absorption card. Use successful. Beginning to comprehend the death precept. Beginning to strengthen absorption, soon. The system's notification kept ringing in his mind. In the wooden pavilion, the sound of the death bell was endless. Ning Tian sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the death precept. Soon, his body was surrounded by a black aura. It was an aura that was close to death. Seeing this, Bai Liu was stunned for a moment and then continued to strike the death bell in his arms. On a cliff not far away, Su Yuyaro crossed her arms and stood on the cliff, watching this scene silently. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and ordered the 2 guardian elders of the Fox clan behind her, without my permission, no one is allowed to approach them. Yes, Miss Su. The 2 guardian elders of the Fox clan nodded heavily. Okay. Su Yuyaro nodded. After taking another look at the wooden pavilion, she turned around and left. The sound of the death bell rang for more than a month. During this month, the wooden pavilion in the lake did not move at all. More and more death aura gathered above the lake. Even the lake water turned black. The dense death aura frightened the Fox clan. Even without Su Yueao's order, they would not dare to approach. Within a month, the sealed Flame Lion King had also planned to demolish the celestial Fox Valley more than a dozen times. However, it was neither too big nor too small, but it was still very annoying. Therefore, when Su Yuyaro and the others were discussing whether to add braised lion's head tonight, this guy ran out by himself, saying that he wanted to cry to the lioness next to the immortal dragon clan. As for Ning Tian, he still did not move at all. Heavenly Spirit Region. West Continent, Tianmo Cult. Many leaders of the Heavenly Spirit Region had gathered in the main hall, such as the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Master, the Sovereign of the Divine Nation, and the Great Compassion Palace. However, all of them wore solemn expressions, as if something had happened. Supreme Elder, do you want to try my barbecue mud horse? In this solemn atmosphere, a voice sounded. He saw a fat man carrying a plate and walking towards the Grand Elder of the Tianmo cult. I'm not eating. The Supreme Elder swallowed his saliva, waved his hand, and said righteously. But, these are the horses of the God Nation's master. We have specially trained many of them. They are very good for roasting, braising, and boiling, said Zhu Yuanbo with his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. Who would have thought that this guy would actually reach a consensus with the King of the Kingdom of God? Chapter 336. The Supreme Elder was somewhat tempted. Eat, eat. After all, so many things have happened recently. Grand Elder, you are also weak. It's time to nourish yourself. Zhu Yuanbo chuckled. You are weak. Your whole family is weak. The Supreme Elder gritted his teeth and scolded Zhu Yuanbo, causing the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Master to cough. What the hell? How did this little old man know that I am weak? Everyone, be quiet. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice resounded. In an instant, everyone in the hall shut their mouths and looked up towards the hall. They saw. There was a fluctuation in the air above the main hall, and a beautiful figure sat on the main hall. She was wearing a blue and white dress and a phoenix crown. She had a slim figure and was sitting on the throne. Her beautiful face was filled with coldness, and she exuded an aura that no one could approach. She was the Empress of the Tianmo cult, Luo Wuqing. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, Empress. The moment they saw Luo Wuqing, everyone in the main hall looked at her in awe and shouted in unison. This woman in the main hall had used half a year to make all the experts in the Tianling region understand what it meant to be an empress. Luo Wuqing looked at the group of experts indifferently. Her voice was as cold as ice. I'm sure everyone knows the reason why I have gathered all of you here today. The group of experts in the large hall were silent when they heard this. However, all of them were well aware of the situation. Because, external enemies. In the past few months, the heavenly spirit realm seemed to be a little unstable, and more experts from other realms came to the vicinity of the heavenly spirit realm. These experts came from the 9 realms, and there were humans, devils, demons, and even other races. Some of these experts chose to lie low, while others were extremely arrogant. They did not take the Tianmo cult, the absolute overlord of the Tianling region, seriously. Supreme Elder, have you investigated clearly? What is their goal? Luo Wuqing looked at the Supreme Elder and asked. Yes. The Supreme Elder nodded. At this time, he played an outstanding role as a tool. He first looked at Luo Wuqing, then looked at the group of experts around him, and then said in a serious tone. According to my investigation, these experts from other regions have come to the Tianling region to look for something. Something? In the main hall, the group of experts was puzzled. Luo Wuqing's expression was cold, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Yes, those experts from other regions call them divine punishment, the Supreme Elder said slowly with a serious face. Divine punishment. Hearing this, the Emperor of the Divine Nation and the others all frowned. It sounded very complicated. When did the Tianling region have divine punishment? Why did they never know? Divine punishment. Sounds familiar. Luo Wuqing murmured, and a trace of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Right. At this time, the Emperor of the Divine Nation seemed to have thought of something and said slowly, recently, there have been more and more experts from other regions in the Tianling region. I was worried that something would happen, so I acted on my own initiative and asked Yuling to inform the Ancestral Master. If there is any problem, the Ancestral Master can rush back. Ancestral Master? Hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding experts suddenly lit up. Their eyes were full of awe and nostalgia. That man, he had left the Tianling region for a long time. However, that invincible figure still left an extremely deep impression in their heart. Haha, if the Ancestral Master comes back, these experts from other regions will not dare to be so arrogant. The Supreme Elder could not help but laugh. Speaking of the Ancestral Master, their originally flustered hearts calmed down a lot. Him. Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. A familiar face appeared in her mind, and a touch of softness appeared in her originally cold heart. It's okay, then go and inform him. Soon, she came back to her senses and waved her hand at the Emperor of the Divine Nation. In the main hall, the Supreme Elder wanted to say something, but before he could speak, an Emperor's thought suddenly entered his mind. The next moment, his face changed slightly, and his eyes were full of seriousness as he looked at Luo Wuqing. Not good, Your Majesty, there are extraterritorial demons heading to the Jade Lake. Chapter 426. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Wuqing stood up from the Emperor's throne. A cold glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. The aura around her instantly became extremely cold, causing the surrounding experts to tremble. It felt as though they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. The coldness was bone-piercing. The extraterritorial demons went to the Jade Lake sacred ground. Upon hearing the Grand Supreme Elder's words, the Master of the Kingdom of God and the others looked extremely solemn. Basically, everyone in the heavenly spirit domain knew that if the Tianmo cult was the #1 forbidden area in the heavenly spirit domain, then the Jade Lake sacred ground would be the second forbidden area. It should be known that these two forces had a deep relationship with the ancestral master. Were those extraterritorial demons courting death? Great Empress, what should we do now? The heavenly treasure sacred ground frowned and looked at Luo Wuqing. The group of experts behind him were also at a loss. The extraterritorial demons' attack was too sudden. They had no time to react at all. What should we do? A cold glint flashed across Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes. The terrifying aura of a demigod quietly flowed out of her delicate body. She opened her red lips slightly and said indifferently, "Of course, we will destroy them all, yes." The terrifying aura of a demigod suppressed all the experts present. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. No one knew when the Empress of the Tianmo cult had become the heavenly spirit Empress. The entire heavenly spirit domain, Empress, Jade Lake sacred ground, in the sky, a large patch of black clouds pressed down. The monstrous demonic aura constantly swept out in all directions. Many black figures appeared in the Jade Lake mountain range. These black figures were extremely ghostly. Their bodies were strangely deformed. The blood-red squirming eye on their ferocious faces was very eye-catching. Coupled with their deformed bodies, it was extremely disgusting to look at. In the Jade Lake, looking at the black clouds in the sky, Yaroshi frowned. She looked at the white-haired old woman beside her and asked softly, "Grand Supreme Elder, has the protective array been activated?" "Saintess, those arrays have been activated." The Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake nodded with a solemn expression on her face. The sudden appearance of the extraterritorial devil race had really startled them. "Have you found out where they came from?" Yaroshi asked. "Yes, I have a rough idea." The Great Elder of the Jade Lake nodded and said seriously, "They should be from the Blood Devil region, which is centered around the demon race. These are all one-eyed demon race experts." Blood Devil region, one-eyed devil clan. Hearing this, Yaroshi's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Among the 9 regions, the Blood Devil region was the most powerful region of the demon clan, and this one-eyed demon clan probably couldn't be underestimated. "Utmost exalted elder, not only must you activate the spirit formation, but you must also order all of the disciples to prepare for battle at any time," Yaroshi said. Then, she asked again worriedly, "Oh right, have you informed the Empress?" "I've informed them all." "All right. In that case, we just have to hold on until the Empress and the others arrive." As Yaroshi spoke, she lifted her eyes to look at the black clouds. Seeing this scene, the Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake sighed. Ever since the Holy Lord left, Yaroshi had changed a lot and was forced to carry the banner of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, she didn't intend to blame the Holy Lord. After all, Yaroshi would take over the Jade Lake sacred ground sooner or later, so it was better to give her some time to adapt. Boom. Rumble. At this moment, above the sky, there was a series of roars, and the monstrous demonic aura kept sweeping in all directions. Wave after wave, it kept bombarding the barrier that enveloped the entire Jade Lake. "Saintess, the one-eyed demon race has begun to attack. Even the demon race deep in the mountains has begun to move," the Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake said in a serious tone. "Jade Lake sacred ground, prepare for battle." Yaroshi's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light as she shouted at the surrounding disciples. Yes. Their shouts echoed throughout the entire Jade Lake sacred ground. Although they were all women, they didn't lose to men in terms of aura. Boom. Boom. The monstrous demonic aura kept bombarding the surroundings. It greedily devoured all the spiritual energy in the Jade Lake mountain range. When the spiritual energy was exhausted, the demonic aura would be able to do whatever it wanted. Even the barrier wouldn't last long. Seeing this scene, Yaroshi clenched her teeth. Although they would only exhaust their spiritual energy if they dragged on, she didn't do anything. This was because they only needed to drag on, just like what the ancestral master said, if they could kill by underhanded means, then they shouldn't force it. If they could drag it out, then they shouldn't send themselves to death. They only needed to drag on. The longer they dragged on, the fewer casualties they would suffer. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the spiritual energy barrier. A lot of demonic aura had already seeped in through the cracks. Hee, that almost evil smile sounded from the dark clouds in the sky. A dazzling red light flashed out from the dark clouds. It was an eye, the eye of the demon race. It's really here. That's right, Lord True Demon is here. The murmur of the demonic language echoed throughout the Jade Lake sacred ground. Lord True Demon? Hearing this, Yaroshi and the Jade Lake Grand Elder were stunned. They couldn't help but squint their eyes. The target of these one-eyed demons was the true demon that had been suppressed in the Jade Lake. Unfortunately, that true demon had already been eliminated by Ning Tian. Yaroshi looked up and shouted while circulating her spiritual energy to block the demonic aura that seeped in. There's no true demon that you're looking for here. Leave quickly. Otherwise, when the heavenly spirit Empress descends, all of you will die. What she needed to do now was to drag on. Heavenly spirit Empress? Ha ha ha. What a joke. In a small heavenly spirit region, someone dares to call herself the Empress of a region? What a joke, what a joke. In the sky, the huge red eye revealed a look of disdain. Then, it sneered. A mere Empress is nothing more than a woman. How strong can she be? No matter how strong she is, she's not as strong as me, the one-eyed demon king. Hee. In the surrounding black fog, the one-eyed demons sneered. Boom. But at this moment, the aura of a demigod shrouded the sky. Boom. In an instant, the black fog dissipated. A huge hand fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the red eye. In an instant, the huge red demonic eye shattered under the pressure, and a miserable-looking demonic figure appeared. He had a panicked expression on his face, and he hurriedly shouted, "Who is it? Who dares?" Boom. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, the terrifying aura of a demigod landed on him. His demon body shattered, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, in the silence, the void fluctuated. A beautiful figure in a blue and white dress stepped out. Her cold gaze swept across the surroundings. Her red lips parted slightly, and a word was uttered softly. However, it caused the surrounding demons to turn bone-chilling. Their expressions changed drastically. Kill. Author's words, Luo Wuqing. I heard that you don't vote for authors. Cold. Chapter 427. That cold voice was devoid of any emotion. The bodies of the surrounding one-eyed devil clan experts suddenly trembled when they heard this. Chilling air flowed from their heads to their feet, and even the demonic chi around them showed signs of dispersing at this moment. Who is she? The Empress of the Heavenly Spirit region? She killed the Demon King in one move. She is a demigod expert. In an instant, everyone's gazes were gathered here. The Heavenly Spirit Empress. Many experts from various regions were hiding in the dark. Their eyes were solemn and full of fear. The Heavenly Spirit Empress's strength had surpassed that of a nine-tribulation great emperor and reached the demigod realm. In fact, even an ordinary demigod realm powerhouse might not possess such an aura. Kill. When Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded, the surrounding void shattered. The sovereign of the divine nation and other great emperors stepped out of the void. The teleportation pillars in the Jade Lake sacred ground flickered. Many experts came out of the teleportation pillars. Before the Jade Lake sacred ground suffered any casualties, the reinforcements had arrived. Seeing this scene, Yaroshi looked at the beautiful figure in the sky with bright eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Empress had arrived. Otherwise, there would definitely be casualties in the Jade Lake sacred ground. Many auras stepped out and charged toward the one-eyed demon race. Soon, a bloody scene. The demonic aura quietly dissipated. The one-eyed demon race was defeated easily by the experts of the Heavenly Spirit region. In the sky, the demonic aura was torrential. Only the Demon King was left. He looked panicked and his demonic body collapsed. He looked at the cold figure and shouted, "Heavenly Spirit Empress, just you wait. When our race arrives, we will slaughter your Heavenly Spirit region. As long as we find Lord True Demon, our race will definitely." Noisy. However, before the Demon King finished speaking, Luo Wuqing shouted coldly. Then, the demigod aura shrouded and the heavenly demon palm fell. In an instant, the demon king's face turned pale. After a scream, he turned into a wisp of demonic aura and disappeared from the world. Instant kill. This was a 9 Tribulations Great Emperor's demon monarch. As the palm fell, many of the foreign realm experts hiding in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions became even more serious. Luo Wuqing's palm not only killed the demon monarch, it also gave them a show of strength. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. What a good move. In the sky, the cold figure slowly turned around and looked at the surrounding void. Indifferent words came out from her red lips. I don't care what you came to the heavenly spirit region for, but don't you dare provoke any force in the heavenly spirit region. There is only one ending: die. As soon as he finished speaking, the might of a demigod circulated and spread out in all directions. At this instant, the hearts of all the Xenorace experts shook. From then on, the might of the heavenly spirit Empress spread. The firmament territory. Eternal demon domain, heavenly Fox Valley. Boom. In the sky above the heavenly Fox Valley, the black clouds brought about a strong sense of oppression. All the members of the Fox tribe looked at the black clouds in the sky with bright eyes, their hearts filled with anticipation. The sound of the death bell had stopped a few hours ago. Bai Liu also walked out of the wooden pavilion with the death bell in her arms. Bai Liu, how is he? Su Yuyaro immediately walked over and asked when she saw Bai Liu come out. I'm not sure. Bai Liu held the death bell in her arms and shook her head slightly. She said softly, based on Daoist Ning's comprehension of the sound of the death bell in the past month, he should be able to grasp the law of death by now. However, as for how far he can grasp it, that will depend on his own fortune. Su Yuyaro nodded. Okay, I understand. The two women looked at the wooden pavilion again. Ripples began to appear on the lake water, and the black lake water spread out in all directions. A black mist appeared on the surface of the lake. Is that the death chi? Su Yuyaro frowned. Yes, it is the death chi. Bai Liu nodded. Everyone, step back. With Bai Liu's affirmation, Su Yuyaro ordered the members of the Fox tribe around her. Hearing this, the members of the Fox tribe retreated. Boom. Boom boom. The moment they retreated, the lake water began to stir. The black mist condensed in the sky turned into a whirlwind and kept flowing toward the wooden pavilion on the lake. It seemed that Ning Tian in the wooden pavilion was absorbing the black mist. In the wooden pavilion, Ning Tian sat cross-legged. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for breaking through. Currently, 6 stars Divine Emperor Realm, it was normal for him to have a breakthrough after cultivating for a month. The next moment, the system's heavy words came. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the law of death. The law of death has been perfected and strengthened. In the wooden pavilion. As the system's voice fell, Ning Tian's closed eyes suddenly opened. Then, the black mist in the sky continued to attack the wooden pavilion. Even the death chi on the lake water came at this moment. The lake water began to return to its normal color. The black mist in the sky dissipated. It's almost over. Bai Liu said and looked over. Hearing this, Su Yuyaro couldn't help but look forward to it. How powerful would her husband be after comprehending the law of death for a month? Boom. At this moment, a roar sounded. The wooden pavilion on the lake instantly exploded, turning into a burst of wood chips that splattered in all directions. Roar roar. Seeing this scene, a pitiful little lion that hadn't torn down its house for a long time and hadn't found the Dragon Clan's ancestral land yet let out an excited roar. My Heaven Gate ancestral master is tearing it down again. However, no one paid attention to it. Everyone's eyes were looking at the lake surface. A young man stood in the air and landed on the lake surface. There was a trace of black mist circulating around him. Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master has finally come out of seclusion. Seeing this scene, the Fox clan members were overjoyed. Hubby. The void next to Ning Tian appeared. Su Yuyaro took a step out of it. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Although they hadn't seen each other for a month, she really missed him. Ning Tian smiled and rubbed her head. Fellow cultivator Ning, how's your mastery of the law of death? At this moment, Bai Liu asked. Hearing this, many people around also looked over. Obviously, they all wanted to see how effective the ancestral master was after comprehending the law of death for a month. Haha, then watch carefully. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up. Then, his eyes moved slightly and he quickly found his target. It was a fish beast that was equivalent to a heavenly venerable level in the lake. Death, he murmured softly. A black light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly and gently pointed at the heavenly venerable level fish beast. A wisp of law aura flowed out at this moment. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the fish beasts in the lake. At this moment, they were all looking forward to it. How powerful would the ancestral master's law of death be? Chapter 428. When the aura of the law flowed out, the fish beast that was unaware of the danger was still swimming in the lake. But suddenly, there seemed to be a wisp of black gas flowing out from its body. Without any warning, the fish beast did not even struggle. As it swam, it directly flipped over its belly. It floated above the lake. Seeing this scene, the surrounding group of Fox clan members fell into a dead silence. Soon, their faces changed drastically and their eyes were filled with horror. Dead. Dead. They widened their eyes in shock. If it was to kill the fish beast, they could also do it. However, the principle of the death law that the founder just used was not like this. The power of the law could make you enter death without knowing it. In other words, even the fish beast did not know that it was dead. That was why there was a scene where the fish belly turned white as it swam. Moreover, there was no damage. It was just that its life was taken away. It is indeed the death law, but, looking at the fish beast that turned its belly up, Bai Liu held the death bell in her arms and frowned. Although it is the death law, it is only the most ordinary death law. She thought that if it was Ning Tian, there might be a different effect. But now, it seemed that she was expecting too much. Is that so? Ning Tian had a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Bai Liu and pointed at the fish beast that turned its belly up. Bai Liu, watch carefully. After that, a black glint flashed in his eyes, and his finger lightly pointed at the fish beast whose belly had already turned white. The power of the law surged again. When everyone was puzzled, they saw the fish beast suddenly tremble and its entire body turned over. It swam again without any panic. It was as if it did not realize that it had died just now. It's alive. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Fox clan members widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with deep astonishment. They rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. That fish beast that had clearly turned over its belly was really swimming. This is. Seeing this scene, Bai Liu frowned slightly. Su Yuyaro was also a little surprised. The opposite of death, life. Ning Tian smiled and raised his hand. A green light flickered in his hand, exuding a burst of vitality. However, I've only grasped a little bit of the life laws. If I want to grasp more, I'll have to go to those life-forbidden zones. Law of life. Bai Liu was stunned, but his expression remained calm. She hadn't expected that Ning Tian would be able to comprehend the opposite of the law of death through his control of the law of death. This was simply too inconceivable. Look. Ning Tian smiled and looked at the fish beasts swimming in the lake. Black light circulated in his eyes and green light spread out from his hands. Dead. I'm alive. He died again. I'm alive again. Just like that, the fish beast would sometimes die and sometimes come back to life. Fish beast, do you think you are very humorous? Seeing this scene, the group of Fox clan members fell silent. Their eyes were filled with shock. They looked at Ning Tian with reverence. To be able to control life and death, this was simply godly. Boom. Death Bell, who was in Bai Liu's arms, also let out a sound of surprise. However, her expression was still calm. You've shocked Bai Liu. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Ning Tian glanced at the calm Bai Liu and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Death Bell was Bai Liu's true body. You've shocked Su Yuyaro. You've shocked Heavenly Charm and Heavenly Fragrance. You've shocked everyone in the Fox clan. Reward, Space Jump card. Can be used twice. Instant teleportation. Activate Heavenly Demon Express again. Space jump card. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and put away the space jump card. Although he didn't need this space jump card for now, there would be a time when he could use it. I don't have a strong grasp of the life laws. At most, I can use it to offset my death laws. In other words, only when it is deprived by my death laws can I use the life laws to resurrect it. Ning Tian spread his hands, indicating that the life laws were still too weak. If he wanted to fully master it, he would have to go to the forbidden land of life. However, he had already experienced the power of the laws. Moreover, the death laws that he was using now were not his limit. In the lake, the fish beast dived to the bottom of the lake. The surrounding fox tribe members finally recovered from their shock. They had also witnessed the terror of the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the laws were not something that everyone could grasp. Even if they could master it, it was difficult to reach a certain level. Okay, let's disperse. Ning Tian waved his hand, and the black light in his eyes dissipated. Continuing to operate the death laws was also a huge consumption of his spiritual energy. After the surrounding people dispersed, Ning Tian held Su Yuyaro in his arms and asked, "Did anything happen in this month?" "Nothing." Su Yuyaro shook her head slightly. "This month, the Skyfox Valley has been very peaceful. Nothing major happened except for a small lion that couldn't be torn apart and was very painful." "Well, then it's fine." Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "Sho Tian, is there no one who cares about my mental health? Please, not tearing down the house is really uncomfortable. Damn it. Even the word-tearing technique was regressing. If there's nothing else, I think we should make a trip back to the Sky Spirit Realm." Ning Tian murmured. In this month, although he heard the sound of the death bell, he also missed his two wives very much. "Okay." Su Yuyaro nodded obediently. At this moment, Tian Xiong's voice sounded. "Ancestor, Junior Sister Moon Spirit came to the Skyfox Valley. She said it was urgent." "Moon Spirit?" Ning Tian frowned and looked at Su Yuyaro. Could it be that something happened to the ethereal sect? Moon Spirit came to ask for help. Let's go and take a look. The two stepped into the void. In the main hall of the Skyfox Valley, Moon Spirit looked a little anxious. When she saw the two coming, she quickly went to greet them. She didn't waste any time and directly said, "Ancestor, Holy Master, something happened in the Sky Spirit Realm." Something happened in the Sky Spirit Realm? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned and asked, "What happened?" Soon, Moon Spirit told everyone the news from the Divine Nation's Lord. "Foreign experts are looking for something." A glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes when he heard this. He quickly thought of something and exchanged glances with Su Yuyaro. Both of them understood that these foreign experts were probably here to search for the heavenly punishment path. However, how can they set foot in the Sky Spirit Realm? Ning Tian sneered and looked at Tian Mai. "Tian Mai, send me the information about the One-Eyed Demon clan in the Blood Demon Realm. Time waits for no one. I have to prepare to leave." "Ancestor, where are you going?" Tian Mai was stunned. A cold light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes and he said softly, "The Two Clan." Chapter 429. The Two Clan. As soon as he said those two words, in the main hall, a cold murderous intent circulated. Everyone from the Fox clan trembled and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. They looked at Ning Tian with fear in their eyes. What a strong murderous intent. This was the first time they saw their ancestral master emitting such a strong murderous intent. In the past, their ancestral master was all smiles and looked harmless. But now, his expression was cold, and his murderous intent was almost materialize. Usually, he could kill people with a smile. What's more, their ancestral master was full of murderous intent now. Thinking of this, everyone in the main hall couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that the one-eyed demon was going to be miserable. "Ancestral master, we've almost gathered all the information." At this moment, Tian Mai spoke first and broke the silence in the main hall. She looked up at Ning Tian and said, "The One-Eyed Demon clan is located in the Blood Demon region of the 9 regions. The approximate location is the Demon Valley in the south of the Blood Demon region. Okay, I understand. Ning Tian nodded and a cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare you provoke my wife? I'll kill you. Ancestral Master, are you leaving now? I'll find you a nearby transmission pillar. Even if you have a void ship, it'll take half a month to transmit between regions. Tian Mai frowned slightly. Half a month? I don't have so much time to wait. Ning Tian shook his head slightly and seemed to have thought of something. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Don't worry, I have my ways. You can stay in the Skyfox Valley for the time being. Huh? Hearing that, Tian Mai was stunned and looked at Ning Tian with some doubt. Ancestral Master, are you going alone? The One-Eyed Demon clan has a demigod expert and there are many 9 Tribulations Great Emperors in the clan. Even with Miss Su and Miss Bai, I'm afraid you have to be careful. Why don't you bring the experts of the Fox clan? No need. Ning Tian shook his head. Of course I understand that the One-Eyed Demon clan isn't simple. If we go there rashly, we will definitely suffer losses. So, since there will be losses, why should we use our own people? As Ning Tian spoke, the corners of her mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Hearing this, Heavenly Charm was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Ancestral Master, you mean to let others go with you? Exactly. Ning Tian nodded. Hearing this, everyone in the main hall stared at Ning Tian with wide eyes. They didn't know which unlucky person would be chosen by the Patriarch. All right, Yu Yao, Bai Liu, let's go. Ning Tian turned around and looked at the 2 women beside him. As for that unlucky bastard, he naturally already had a plan. Although he still had an indestructible dragon scale that could summon indestructible dragon clan powerhouses, it would be a pity to use it for some one-eyed demon clansman. Moreover, it seemed that the immortal dragon scale could only be used in the firmament territory. Therefore, this unlucky fellow was naturally his old friend. Su Yuyaro didn't say a word from beginning to end. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with killing intent. It was useless to say anything more. Since Ning Tian wanted to go to the 2 clan, she could only follow silently. Since you want to kill, I'll accompany you. Bai Liu nodded slightly. Now that she had an agreement with Ning Tian, she could only follow Ning Tian and act as a free fighter. Call me when you reach the demon clan. The heaven and earth spiritual energy is too rich, I can't stay outside for too long. After saying this, her body moved slightly, turned into a wisp of black gas, and returned to the death bell again. Ning Tian also knew a thing or two about Bai Liu's situation, but he didn't say much. After all, from the Death Lord's repeated instructions, it could be seen that Bai Liu couldn't stay outside for too long. Staying in the death bell was the best rule. After putting the death bell into the storage ring, Ning Tian created a void and threw the void ship in. He took Su Yueao's hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he paused as if he had thought of something. Sho Tian, follow me. This time, I'll let you use your dismantling skills to your heart's content. Awoo. Hearing this, Seal Flame Lion's eyes widened. After letting out an excited roar, it rushed toward the void ship. Woo. Master Lion can finally dismantle. My happiness is back. Soon, the void ship unleashed its full power and headed toward the firmament territory. In the Great Hall of the Heavenly Fox Clan, a group of Fox Clan experts observed 3 seconds of silence for the lucky one who was chosen by the Ancestral Master. Hopefully, there would be no Ancestral Master in heaven. Firmament Territory. Chaos Emperor Realm, Buxu Palace. Palace Master, why do you look so weak recently? The elder of the Void God Heavenly Palace looked at the haggard emperor on the throne and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Palace Master used to be high-spirited. Why did he look so different now? Hearing this, the Void God Emperor fell silent. That's right. The patriarchs of the God Territory said that if you dare to come to the God Territory, they'll beat you up. Why did you provoke the Sword God of 10,000 swords for no reason? The elder continued when he saw that the virtual God Emperor was silent. Elder Liu, don't mention it. Hearing this, the Void God Emperor instantly put on a painful mask. He was already extremely afraid of that man, and after hearing about his background in the Black Death Mountain a month ago, he became even weaker. Palace Master, I think you're sick. Elder Liu sighed. I know. I think I'm suffering from ancestral master phobia. The Void God Emperor rubbed his temples. His face was pale as he sighed deeply. Recently, I've been having hallucinations. I feel like the ancestral master is right beside me. Old Shu, I'm coming for you. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears. There seemed to be signs of spatial fluctuations. Sigh. It's here again. The Void God Emperor sighed. He felt that his ancestral master phobia was getting worse. The hallucinations were so real. It seemed that he was really sick. Palace Master. It's not a hallucination. Elder Liu's voice was filled with fear. His body was trembling uncontrollably as he looked behind the empty God Realm Emperor. Hey! It's not a hallucination. The empty God Emperor froze for a moment and his face stiffened. He turned his head with some difficulty and saw a smiling face. At this moment, the Void God Emperor's mind went blank. He knelt down with a thump and tears flowed down his face. Before his brain could think, his body had already reacted. It was enough to show the fear in his heart. It's over. My Void God Heavenly Palace is finished. Old Shu, we haven't seen each other for a month. Did you miss me? Ning Tian smiled at the Void God Emperor. Yes. I missed you very much. The light in the Void God Emperor's eyes dimmed. It's good that you missed me. Ning Tian patted the Void God Emperor's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm not here to destroy your Void God Heavenly Palace. You're not. The Void God Emperor's eyes flashed. Of course. After tricking you for so long, this ancestral master also feels guilty. So, I've decided to make it up to you. Make it up? The Void God Emperor's eyes lit up. Yes. Under the Void God Emperor's expectant gaze, Ning Tian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Come, accompany me to deliver the package. We'll go to the Blood Devil realm to kill the demons. Hearing this, the Void God Emperor's body trembled. His face was like a dead horse as he cried happily. Seeing this, Ning Tian smiled with satisfaction. Look. Old Shu really likes this. He must have wanted to kill the demons for a long time. I'm really a good person. I even helped him fulfill his wish. Author's note, there are 2 more chapters. I'll post them in the afternoon because I'm going to sleep. Chapter 430. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Void God Emperor squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. F***CK. Going to the Blood Devil domain to kill demons. What was the difference between that and suicide? He really thought that Ning Buxu would make it up to him. It seemed that he was too naive. Ancestor, isn't this a bit inappropriate? The Blood Devil domain is the territory of the demons. They don't like to interact with humans. Isn't it inappropriate for us to go to their territory to kill demons? The Void God Emperor said carefully. Who said that we lost the demons? Ning Tian's lips curled up as he corrected the Void God Emperor. We're just going to deliver the Sky Devil domain. But, it's still very dangerous. The Void God Emperor swallowed his saliva and tried to struggle. Ning Tian looked at the Void God Emperor like he was looking at an idiot and said seriously, of course I know it's very dangerous. Otherwise, why would I come to your Void God Heaven Palace? Hearing this, the Void God Emperor's mouth twitched. F***CK, we're really being treated as cannon fodder. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Even if he was angry, he could only be angry in his heart. He didn't dare to show it. Sigh, old Shu. Ning Tian sighed and patted the Void God Emperor's shoulder. She said in a serious tone, I see that your Void God Heavenly Palace has been very weak recently. Something is not right, so I found a good job for you guys so that you won't be so weak. The Void God Emperor's face darkened. F***CK. Why would we be weak? Ning Buxu, don't you know? Although the Void God Emperor was so angry that his teeth were itching, he could only brace himself and nod. Thank you for your kindness, Ancestor. Our Void God Heaven Palace is truly grateful. You're welcome. Ning Tian smiled. Come, get ready. We're leaving now. Are we going now? The Void God Emperor's heart trembled. Of course. Old Shu, are you going to make arrangements for your funeral? Oh, that's not right. Explain things. Ning Tian nodded and said. Funeral. Hearing this, the empty god realm emperor's lips twitched. He suddenly felt that his trip was over. Old Shu, what are you waiting for? It's about time to move, right? Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his tone became a little impatient. Yes, Ning Tian's tone suddenly turned cold, scaring the empty god emperor. He raised his head and saw the two beautiful figures behind Ning Tian. He nodded and said, I'll gather the people now. After that, he hurriedly left with Elder Liu. Seeing this, Ning Tian smiled. It seemed like keeping the Void God Heavenly Palace was a wise choice. At the very least, Old Shu still had some value. Now, the Void God Heavenly Palace was completely under his control. The Void God Emperor did not dare to resist. The fear that Ning Tian brought to him had already taken root in his heart. Yu Yarrow, there's no need to rush into action. Let Old Shu scout the way first. Yes. A few minutes later. Empty God Palace, in front of the main hall. The Empty God Emperor brought dozens of Emperor Realm experts over. As for the ordinary disciples of the Void God Heavenly Palace, he did not call them. Ning Tian also did not allow him to call them. After all, those ordinary disciples were useless. They couldn't even play the role of cannon fodder and would only waste his time. Ancestor, these are the remaining experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace. Void God Emperor said to Ning Tian as he looked at the group of Void God Heavenly Palace experts behind him. There were only 2 words left, and they were used very well here. That was because the previous powerful beings had all been killed by Ning Tian. These experts only looked at Ning Tian with fear in their eyes. It was as if they had been infected by the Empty God Emperor's fear of their ancestor. They did not dare to have any bad thoughts. Ning Tian and the 2 women behind him were demigod expert. According to their thoughts. Since the Empty God Emperor was so afraid, Ning Tian might be even stronger than a demigod expert. Yes. Let's go. Ning Tian said casually. At this time, Bai Liu returned to the death bell. She came out because Ning Tian wanted her to shock the Empty God Emperor, but he didn't expect Old Shu to be more afraid of him than he had imagined. Really? The ancestor was so kind. What was there to be afraid of? If we go now, our Void God Heavenly Palace has a teleportation pillar that can jump between spirit realms. The Empty God Emperor said as he looked in the direction of their teleportation pillar. Boom. With a glance, it collapsed. In the ruins, a small lion crawled out. The golden light in the sky slowly dissipated. The Empty God Emperor was silent for a moment. Then he said, All right, it's gone now. Countless disciples of the Void God Heavenly Palace were dumbfounded. What just happened? Roar. The lion cub crawled over and patted the Void God Emperor's shoulder embarrassedly, calling out a few times. Roar. Brother Empty God, when I see a building that can be demolished, I can't control the power in my body. I'm really sorry. I won't demolish it next time. However, the Empty God Emperor didn't understand at all. It's okay. There's no need to use the teleportation pillar. Ning Tian said lightly and summoned the void ship. Yu Yao, let's go. Okay. Su Yu Yao nodded and followed Ning Tian onto the void ship. Why are you still standing there? Ning Tian frowned when she saw Emperor Void God and the others who were still standing there. Hearing this, the Empty God Emperor and the others didn't dare to say anything and quickly boarded the void ship. Ancestor, what should we do now? The Empty God Emperor asked carefully. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. He didn't answer the Empty God Emperor and said in his heart. Use the space jump card. Using the space jump card. Please select your destination. Blood Demon Territory, Demon Valley. Ning Tian said lightly. Using the space jump card. There's only one use left. When the system finished speaking, the entire void ship began to shake violently. Yu Yao, stand firm. Ning Tian said and then hugged his little wife silently. Next, it was time to use the space jump. Boom. In the next moment, the void ship trembled continuously. The group of celestial the Archrealm experts couldn't stand firm and were thrown off their feet. It was also at this moment that the scene outside the void ship changed continuously. 1 minute later. Around them. It was blood red and the demonic aura was surging. The entire sky was dark red. This place, it was the blood demon territory. What? Seeing this, the empty god emperor and the others widened their eyes in shock. What kind of heaven-defying means did the ancestor use? In 1 minute, he went from the firmament territory to the blood demon territory? What the F***CK? Chapter 431. Emperor Shushan and the others were shocked as they looked at the dark red sky and sensed the demonic aura around them. They all looked at Ning Tian, who had a faint smile on her face, in disbelief. What kind of method was the ancestral master using? This was obviously not something a demigod realm expert could possess. Could it be, he was above the demigod realm? But, how could a demigod realm expert appear in the 9 regions? Their minds were filled with thoughts, but they still could not find an answer. The ancestral master was becoming more and more mysterious and powerful in their eyes. Although they did not know how the ancestral master did it, they were sure of one thing. They could not afford to offend this man. Phew, fortunately, I recognized the thief as my father. The Void God Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. You have shocked the Void God Emperor. You have shocked the experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace. Rewarded law skill, Restrain Spirit Dispatch. Restrain Spirit Dispatch. The host can use Restrain Spirit Dispatch on any lifeform that dies under the law of death. The lifeform can fight for the host for half an hour. Note, this skill can only be used once on the same lifeform. Note, the duration of the battle will change as the host becomes stronger. Law skill, Restrain Spirit Dispatch. Hearing the voice in his mind, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Soon, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. This law skill was truly a little awesome. Most importantly, while the skill itself was heaven-defying, it was also a skill that could grow with him. This time, he had shocked the Void God Emperor. The reward was really good. Old Void, you did well. Ning Tian smiled and patted the Void God Emperor's shoulder. Hearing this, the Void God Emperor was stunned for a moment. Then, he broke out in cold sweat and his body trembled. Damn. It's over. The ancestral master smiled at me. As the saying goes, when the ancestral master smiles, it's hard to say whether you will live or die. Could it be that my sneeze just now made the ancestral master unhappy? Or did he pick his nose just now? Could it be that I breathed just now? It's over. I'm dead. Just as the Void God Emperor was reflecting on himself, Su Yuyaro looked into the Devil Valley. Soon, she frowned and murmured, "Honey, I feel that the devil aura here is very similar to the true devil sealed in the Jade Lake." Could it be that they are of the same bloodline? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. He recalled the news Yu Ling had sent him. A portion of the One-Eyed Demon clan had gone to the Jade Lake sacred ground. Could it be that they were looking for the named true demon? Unfortunately, what these demons didn't know was that the named true demon was already gone. If it's them, then that's interesting. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly as he said to everyone, "Let's go. It's time for someone to sign for the Sky Demon Express." Yes. Devil Valley, Devil Palace. Patriarch, the demons we sent to the Heavenly Spirit Region's Jade Lake sacred ground have been exterminated. A hoarse voice sounded, and the one-eyed demon monarch said to the figure shrouded in black mist on the high seat. Exterminated? Hearing this, the black shadow surged. A blood-red eye suddenly widened, and the surrounding demonic chi surged. Who is it? Heavenly Spirit Region, Heavenly Spirit Empress. The demon monarch said cautiously. Heavenly Spirit Empress? In the black mist, the one-eyed demon monarch's voice sounded. He had never heard of such a name. No matter who she is, she can't stop our clan. We have to save Senior True Demon. Only with him around can our clan come into contact with Lord Demon God. Only then can our one-eyed demon clan walk towards the divine region. The one-eyed demon monarch's scarlet eye flickered. Let's move now. With the strength of the entire clan, we'll go to the Heavenly Spirit Region. His voice fell. Yes. The demon monarch nodded slightly. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded from outside. Is anyone here? The Sky Demon Express you ordered has arrived. Someone come and sign for it. Hearing this, the group of demon monarchs in the hall were stunned. The one-eyed demon monarch also had a puzzled look on his face. Sky Demon? Could it be the demon clan that had risen in the Blood Demon region? But this express? What was this thing? Let's go out and take a look. The one-eyed demon monarch frowned, turned into a black mist, and shot out of the hall. The group of demon monarchs behind him hurriedly followed. Just as they were about to leave the hall, dong, the sound of the death bell rang. Then, the demigod's aura spread out, enveloping the entire demon valley. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Countless lightning bolts smashed heavily towards the group of demon monarchs who had just flashed out of the hall. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. In less than a second, the group of demons had just come out when their souls were shocked by the sound of the death bell. They were stunned on the spot. Before they could react, one attack after another landed on their bodies. Boom. Rumble. In an instant, the hall was annihilated. Seeing this scene, the Void God Emperor and the experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace were stunned. Even they didn't have time to react before the Ancestral Master and the others tacitly attacked. Didn't they say a word of nonsense? Just, directly attacked. Shouldn't they go through the process? Ancestral Master? The Void God Emperor was puzzled. Old Void, you have to remember. If we can kill them with tricks, don't use force. Ning Tian looked at the Void God Emperor with a smile. Next, you guys move. Don't show mercy. Kill them directly. Understood. The Void God Emperor was stunned. His eyes widened. At this moment, he had learned. Understood. He nodded heavily. Then, he led a group of experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace and charged towards the one-eyed demon race below. Waves of intense killing intent spread out in all directions. Boom. In the ruins, the one-eyed demon race crawled out in a sorry state. Many demon monarchs around him were severely injured. Humans. Simply shameless. The demonic chi around him was somewhat scattered. He had never thought that these people would attack him directly after he came out of the hall. Two demigods. The one-eyed demon race's eyes were somewhat solemn. Yu Yarrow, Bai Liu, attack directly. Ning Tian looked at the one-eyed demon race. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. No need to kill them directly. Leave the final blow to me. I have a great use for it. He didn't plan to let the Buddha Demon Pagoda suppress these demons. Instead, he was going to use a law technique to capture spirits and dispatch generals. Okay. Hearing this, Su Yuyaro and Bai Liu nodded. The three's gazes landed on the one-eyed demon race. Immediately, the one-eyed demon race's body trembled. Very soon, a great battle broke out. Spiritual chi and demonic chi clashed. The one-eyed demon race didn't even know what was going on. They only saw a group of human experts charging towards them. They could only choose to passively fight against these experts. While the humans were fighting, the golden word demolish appeared in the sky from time to time. Dozens of minutes later, in the Devil Valley, black demon blood formed a river. Demonic chi scattered, and many demon corpses were strewn everywhere. Author's words, speed up the pace. Chapter 432. Human, what grudge does my one-eyed devil race have with you? Do you need to cross the spirit realm to exterminate my race? The Devil Valley was in ruins. The ground was littered with demon corpses and black demon blood flowed like a river. The one-eyed demon sovereign clenched his teeth as he looked at the smiling youth in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear, and many demon monarchs around him were heavily injured, barely hanging on to life. Just a moment ago, the two women behind the young man had displayed astonishing strength when they made their move. Even though he was also a demigod, he was still far from being their match. One of them had a monstrous demonic aura, and her every move was like a ghost. The other could control a kind of bell sound, which was accompanied by waves of black energy. Even the Devil Sovereign's demonic aura could be easily dispelled. The sound of fighting continued in the surroundings. It was accompanied by bursts of roars and excited lion roars. The smiling young man in front of him didn't seem to have made a move, but his inextinguishable aura made him fearful. The one-eyed devil sovereign couldn't see through the young man's strength at all. In addition, the two terrifying women listened to him. He instantly thought that Ning Tian was a peerless expert. But he felt aggrieved. He had never seen this human young man before, and the other party wanted to exterminate his race without saying anything. Was this something a human would do? You and I have no grudge. Ning Tian looked at him with a smile. He was very satisfied with what the Sealing Flame Lion King and the experts of the Void God Heaven Palace had done. No grudge. The one-eyed devil sovereign's mouth twitched, and the devil chi on his body trembled. If you have no grudge, why did you cross the spirit realm to kill me? But you shouldn't have offended the heavenly spirit Empress. At this time, Ning Tian spoke again. The smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared without a trace. His tone was indifferent, and black light flowed in his eyes. The power of the laws of heaven and earth flowed at this time. Heavenly spirit Empress. The one-eyed devil sovereign was stunned. But at this time, he saw the black light in Ning Tian's eyes, and his expression changed. What kind of power is this? My life is being taken away again. The one-eyed demon supremacy's black blood flowed continuously. He wanted to struggle, but when the black light flowed out, the law of death had already carved the word death on his head. If you provoke my wife, then there's no need for you to live. Ning Tian's indifferent voice rang in the one-eyed demon supremacy's ears. F***ck, damned crazy wife protector. The eyes of the one-eyed demon reverend were filled with unwillingness. The life force within his body quietly flowed at this moment. He did not expect that he merely had the intention to attack the heavenly spirit Empress. In fact, he had yet to truly attack. Her husband had F***king crossed the entire Great Spirit Realm to exterminate his one-eyed devil clan. The Devil Valley had already turned into ruins. Dozens of demon monarchs of the one-eyed demon race were severely wounded by Su Yuyaro and by Liu. Then, Ning Tian used the law of death to finish them off. Not bad. With so many demon monarchs, they should be very good fighters. Looking at the demon corpses all over the ground, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly. He then raised his hand, and black chi flowed out of his hand. Su Yuyaro and Bai Liu looked at him with a puzzled expression, but they just watched quietly. Use the law skill. Spirit restraint dispatch. As soon as Ning Tian's voice fell, a surge of law skill surged in his hand, instantly attracting Bai Liu's attention. What kind of law skill is this? Bai Liu frowned slightly, somewhat curious. She quietly hugged the death bell and stood aside to watch. After Ning Tian used the spirit capture and dispatch generals, the bodies of the demon sovereigns and the dozens of demon sovereigns who had died under Ning Tian's law of death trembled. Then, demon chi circulated and they stood up again. However, there was no life in their eyes, only a wisp of scarlet light flickered. They're alive. Seeing this scene, Su Yuyaro and Bai Liu were both stunned. Could it be that Ning Tian used the law of life to revive them? They're not alive. Ning Tian shook his head and smiled faintly. It's just temporary. They're dead things that can listen to my orders. So that's how it is. Su Yuyaro nodded and giggled. Hihi, husband, your methods are really endless. Of course. Ning Tian chuckled and stored all the demon supremacies. Now, it's not the time to use them. On the side, Bai Liu hugged the death bell, looking at the demon supremacy controlled by Ning Tian, and silently analyzed. If that's the case, it's somewhat similar to the Death General of the Death Lord, but the Death General is not temporary. You can say that. Ning Tian nodded. Now that Bai Liu mentioned it, there were indeed some similarities. However, he believed that sooner or later, he would be able to use the spirit restraint dispatch to even more heaven-defying. Ancestor. It's all done. At this time, the Devil Valley had become quiet. The smell of blood permeated the air, and the voice of the Void God Emperor came from not far away. Although they were a little embarrassed, they didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. It seemed that the Void God Heavenly Palace still had the strength. Unfortunately, they were already scared by Ning Tian to the point that they had a psychological shadow. However, They could still be a chess piece in Ning Tian's hands. On the side, the ceiling flame Lion King also ran over with satisfaction. It seemed that it was very happy. It had used the dismantling formula for a long time. This was a small step for it, but a big step for it to perfect the dismantling formula. Old Void, you did well. Ning Tian looked at the Void God Emperor with a smile. Seeing Ning Tian smile, the Void God Emperor felt his hair stand on end. He began to wonder if he had done something wrong. All right. It's time to go. Ning Tian muttered. It was time to return to the Sky Spirit region. He took a deep breath and brought the two women and the ceiling flame Lion King onto the Void ship. Under the gaze of the Void God Heavenly Palace, they used the last space jump and disappeared. Palace Master, the Ancestor, and the others have left. What a fast speed. An expert of the Void God Heavenly Palace said. Yes, what a fast speed. The Empty God Realm Emperor murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Holy shit. The Ancestor left. That's not right. This is the Blood Devil region. How are we going to go back? Hearing this, the experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace were petrified. The F***CK? 1 minute later, the familiar sky, the familiar aura, here, it was the Sky Spirit region. A Void ship appeared. Looking at the familiar scene, a smile appeared on Ning Tian's face. He had returned to the Heavenly Spirit region. This is my first time in the Sky Spirit region. Bai Liu hugged the death bell and looked around. This place will satisfy you. Ning Tian smiled. Su Yuyaro looked around, then looked at Ning Tian and asked, Husband, are we going to find Wu Qing now? No. Ning Tian shook his head. No. Su Yuyaro was stunned and looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Let's chase away all the foreign experts around the Heavenly Spirit region. Since we're back, we can't let our wife continue to worry. What do you say? Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile as his eyes shone brightly. Hearing this, Su Yuyaro giggled. Husband, you can spoil her. Ha ha. I have to spoil both of my wives. In the sky, the hearty laughter resounded in all directions. Author's words, ahaha, I'm going to write a chapter and then sleep. You all know when to update. Chapter 433. HMPH, who wants you to spoil me? Su Yuyaro snorted and blushed. Although she said that, the corners of her mouth curled up subconsciously, revealing her inner happiness. Ha ha. Ning Tian smiled and hugged her. On the side. On the Void ship, Bai Liu, who was holding the death bell, and the seal flame Lion King watched silently. Bai Liu, I'm full, what about you? Shuo Tian, roar. The Void ship flashed in the sky above the Heavenly Spirit realm. Those experts from outside the realm had no idea that danger was approaching. Heavenly Spirit realm, Nanju. Deep in the forest. There were cultivator corpses everywhere. Blood flowed here. These weaklings from the Heavenly Spirit realm are really useless. Demonic chi surged. The one-eyed demon expert who stayed in the Heavenly Spirit realm looked at the cultivator corpses around and snorted. This was originally the sect of the Heavenly Spirit realm cultivators. Unfortunately, it was now theirs. Haha, the demon lord is right. These cultivators are really useless. They don't even have an emperor. On the side, the remaining one-eyed demon experts on the mountain of corpses laughed in agreement. When the main force of the clan arrives and rescues Lord True Demon, I'd like to see what this Heavenly Spirit Empress can do. The one-eyed demon lord snorted and clenched his fists. Demonic chi surged wildly around him. Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded around them. Then, a huge battleship appeared in the sky. Who are you? The expressions of the one-eyed demon experts changed slightly. The one-eyed demon lord suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man standing on the huge void ship. Me. On the spatial ship, Ning Tian smiled kindly. His hearty laughter rang out in the ears of the one-eyed demon experts. I'm a good person. I've specially come to send you to see your clansmen. There's no need to thank me. The one-eyed demon monarch was taken aback. But at this moment, a familiar surge of demonic chi surged out, and two demonic figures appeared beside Ning Tian. Their crimson eyes instantly caused the expressions of the demons below to change, and then they were overjoyed. It's the evil eye demon king, they recognized him. But before they could rejoice, go, dead thing. Black light flickered in Ning Tian's hand, and the law of death flashed out. He activated the spirit capture and dispatch, and controlled the two demonic shadows beside him to rush toward the group of devils. Ning Tian said faintly. Instantly, the sounds of slaughter continued. The group of one-eyed demons below had never imagined that their own clansmen would directly attack them. In an instant, the slaughter continued, and demonic energy surged. On the other hand, Ning Tian's group stood on the deck and watched this scene with indifferent eyes. 10 minutes later, on the ground, some of the weaker one-eyed demons had already fallen to the ground. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. As for the two dead creatures that Ning Tian had summoned, they also turned into a pile of black ash and dissipated at this moment. Indeed, I can only fight for 15 minutes. Ning Tian murmured, and then looked at the heavily injured demon monarch on the ground. His lips curled into a smile. Ning Tian was too lazy to waste his spirit chi to use the law of death on those weak demons. What he wanted was someone who could really fight. For example, this one-eyed demon monarch in front of him. Who exactly are you? The one-eyed demon monarch looked at Ning Tian with unwillingness. You won't know who I am even if you die. Are you very angry? Ning Tian's lips curled into a playful smile as he looked at the one-eyed demon monarch. You, puff. Hearing these words and looking at Ning Tian's cheap smile, the one-eyed demon monarch spat out a mouthful of black blood. At this moment, his vitality began to quietly dissipate. He, who was seriously injured, was actually going to be angered to death by Ning Tian. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian frowned slightly. He wanted to use the law of death to kill this one-eyed demon monarch first. However, he discovered that the law of death was actually ineffective. It's useless. At the side, Bai Liu hugged the death bell and looked quiet. She shook her head slightly. Why? Ning Tian was puzzled. His death belongs to the heavenly Tao. Do you think that the law of heaven and earth will override the heavenly Tao? Bai Liu said indifferently. Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but fall silent. The law of heaven and earth was born from the heavenly Tao. How could it override the heavenly Tao? As the old saying goes, if the heavens want you to die, you have no choice but to die. Perhaps this was the reason. Sigh. He was too careless. He didn't expect that the one-eyed demon monarch would be angered to death by him. The patriarch was smiling so kindly, but he could still be angered to death. It was really ridiculous. It's a pity to waste a dead object. Ning Tian shook his head slightly, then looked at the two women. Let's continue. Okay. Su Yuyaro and Bai Liu both nodded. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The foreign forces of the heavenly spirit region were also quite powerful. It was somewhat difficult to clean them up extremely quickly. West Continent. Tianmo cult, in the main hall. Recently, those foreign forces seemed to be too peaceful. The Supreme Elder frowned slightly. Looking at the news that kept being reported, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. According to those forces, they shouldn't be so peaceful. Supreme Elder, you're thinking too much. Can't you be a little quieter? Come, eat a horsewhip to calm yourself down. At the side, Zhu Yuanbo ate horsemeat and said to the Supreme Elder with a smile. Why can't you leave the horse alone as soon as you appear? The Supreme Elder silently complained, then continued to read the news from the various major forces of the heavenly spirit region. After reading for a while, he suddenly froze, as if he had discovered something. What did you discover? In the main hall, the void fluctuated. When Luo Wuqing, who emitted a cold aura, appeared in the main hall, all the experts in the main hall immediately sat up straight. Even Zhu Yuanbo was so frightened that he threw the horsewhip in his hand far away. What a waste of such a good horsewhip. Your Majesty, I noticed something when I was looking at the reports. The Supreme Elder sorted out the information, then looked at Luo Wuqing and said solemnly, it seems that an unknown force seems to be cleaning up the foreign forces in the heavenly spirit region. Unknown force? Cleaning up the foreign forces? Hearing this, the sovereign of the divine nation and the others frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. Who would clean up the foreign forces at this time? Was it a friend or a foe? I understand now. At this moment, Zhu Yuanbu's eyes widened, and he looked as if he had just realized something. What do you understand? The heavenly treasure sacred master looked at his saint, puzzled, and held his forehead helplessly. Is this guy going to say something shocking again? This unknown force must be an enemy. He wants to monopolize the so-called heaven's punishment, so he's cleaning up the foreign forces first, then targeting us. That must be it. Zhu Yuanbu snorted confidently. He believed in his intuition. This was Fatty's intuition. This guy's reading and comprehension ability had always been good. Chapter 434. Enemy. Hearing this, everyone in the main hall frowned. Zhu Yuanbu's words seemed to make sense. If he didn't want to take Tianfa for himself, why did he clean up all the foreign forces? Don't rush to a conclusion. Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded in the main hall. He glanced at everyone coldly and said, regardless of whether he is an enemy or a friend, send someone to observe him first. Keep an eye on him and we will know when the time comes. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, all the experts in the main hall nodded. Right. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's cold eyes fell on the divine nation lord. Has he received the news? According to the time, the ancestral master should have received the news. The divine nation lord nodded slightly. However, the spirit regions are too big. Even if the ancestral master uses the teleportation pillar and travels at full speed, it will take him a week to return to the Tianling region. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. His heart was as calm as water, but at this moment, ripples appeared in his heart. He is coming back. Somewhere in the Tianling region. Who exactly are you? A cultivator widened his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him with fear. Behind him, two one-eyed demon monarchs burst out billowing demonic qi, enveloping the surroundings and giving them waves of terrifying demonic power. Cultivators of the Beihan region, right? Hearing this, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Then, he looked at them indifferently and said, Blood Demon Region, One-Eyed Demon Clan. The things of the Tianling region are not something you other regions can touch. If you don't get out, the entire demonic army of the Blood Demon region will come. Believe it or not, we will destroy all of you. Ning Tian's tone was as arrogant as it could be. Anyway, he was representing the One-Eyed Demon Clan and the Blood Demon region. Blood Demon region, One-Eyed Demon Clan. Hearing this, the cultivator gritted his teeth. Feeling the billowing demonic qi of the young man in front of him and the two powerful one-eyed demon monarchs behind him, he didn't have the slightest doubt. The demonic qi couldn't be faked. And they had also heard of the one-eyed demon clan. One Eye's appearance. You're the demon young master of the Blood Devil region? The cultivator from the Beihan region was unwilling to give up. You don't deserve to know. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised his hand and the ball of devil qi surged out. If you don't get out of the heavenly spirit region, do you believe that I won't destroy you? Just you wait. Blood Devil realm, how dare you be so arrogant? The expression of the cultivator from the northern frosty region changed. He gritted his teeth and snorted heavily. Then, he hurriedly led the group of heavily injured cultivators from the northern frosty region away from this place in a sorry state. After the cultivators of the Beihan region left, Ning Tian cracked a smile and the two dead creatures next to him turned into black smoke and disappeared. The Buddha demon pagoda in his hand, which was emitting demonic energy, flickered with black light and returned to his storage ring. He placed his hand on his face and took off the ice silkworm mask, revealing a brilliant smile. In this way, it was completely over. Yu Yao, Bai Liu, come out. Ning Tian looked at the void beside him and said. The void floated. Two beautiful figures appeared. In the past few days, all the forces from outside the region had been driven out by them. During this process, Ning Tian found that the experts from the various regions were not very strong. It was very likely that they were sent by the forces behind them to gather information. In this way, Even if they were all killed, it would be useless. The forces from the various regions would still come over in the end. Therefore, Ning Tian thought of an idea. That was to use the demonic energy, the identity of the one-eyed demon clan, and the name of the Blood Devil realm to attack the spies of the forces from outside the region. At the same time, he also asked a few spies to let him go back alive. And when they returned, all the spearheads would be directed at the Blood Devil realm first. Not only could he drive out all the spies of the forces from outside the region, but he could also avoid trouble and make them temporarily target the Blood Devil realm. At this time, even if the forces from the other regions wanted the Blood Devil realm to hand over the One-Eyed Demon clan, there was nothing they could do. This was because the One-Eyed Demon clan had already been destroyed by Ning Tian. By the time everyone reacted, he had already had enough time to prepare to deal with everything. It had to be said. This move was indescribably wonderful. Ning Tian stretched and shook his head slightly. But I have to say that the heavenly spirit realm has become much stronger under my wife's control. In order to give her a surprise, it's been really tiring to hide from the experts of the heavenly spirit realm these past few days. Yes, when the time comes, I must ask my wife to reward me well. Ning Tian thought, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Yu Yao, Bai Liu. Let's go. After everything is done, it's time to go back. Yes. Su Yuyao and Bai Liu both nodded. Tianmo cult. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The forest was still lush, and there were even more buildings. It had been many days since the ancestral master left. Although the Tianmo cult was not as active as before, there were many more buildings, which made the Supreme Elder heave a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. Although I miss the ancestral master, at least the buildings in the cult are preserved. The Supreme Elder looked at the buildings leisurely, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a proud smile. These additional buildings were all built by him. Boom. At this moment, all of a sudden, heaven and earth shook. In the sky, bursts of thunder flashed, and a huge aura pressed down heavily on the ground. Boom. In an instant, the buildings that the Supreme Elder was so proud of collapsed with a loud bang. F***CK. It's that D***MN bastard. I'm going to kill him. The Supreme Elder's eyes turned red, and his figure shot to the side. At this moment, in the Tianmo cult, many disciples were a little flustered. Looking at the various strange phenomena in the sky, their expressions changed slightly, and then they subconsciously circulated their spiritual energy. Their eyes were solemn, and it was obvious that they were ready to fight. This was an enemy attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The various elites stationed within the heavenly demon cult all shot towards the skies, each of them looking rather nervous. Judging from the might of that aura, the newcomer did not seem to be friendly. It seemed, it was a peerless expert. Boom, boom. In the sky, the sound of thunder continued. Supreme Elder, what's going on? The Lord of the Divine Nation ran out of the food hall with Zhu Yuanbo while chewing on a piece of horsemeat, and looked at the Supreme Elder with a solemn expression. I don't know. It might be an enemy attack. The Supreme Elder shook his head slightly. Where's the Empress? The Lord of the Divine Nation frowned. Where? The Supreme Elder looked at the sky, where a beautiful figure in a white and blue dress stood. If the Empress is here, she should be fine. The Lord of the Divine Nation breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at the sky, and Luo Wuqing, whose beautiful face was cold, and the uneasiness in their hearts quietly faded. In the sky, Tianmo cult. A voice sounded out of nowhere, and a figure vaguely appeared. Who is that? Everyone looked over, but they couldn't see through it. Is this the heavenly spirit Empress? I like you very much. Do you want to be my woman? That voice sounded again. There was a hint of teasing in the voice as well as a hearty laughter. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the people below changed drastically. This person, how dare he flirt with the Empress? It's over. His dead meat. Everyone in the Tianmo cult observed a moment of silence for that person. In the sky, there was no sound. After a while, okay. The corners of Luo Wuqing's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a beautiful smile. What the F***CK? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Ancestral Master? Green. Author's words, sigh, it's really annoying. There are always some authors who update slowly and sleep in. It's really annoying. Ovo, I need money tilde. Chapter 435. Sure. In the sky, a slightly cold voice sounded. The corners of Luo Wuqing's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at the faint silhouette not far away. He couldn't help but smile. It could be said that when he looked back, his smile was charming. At that moment, even time seemed to have stopped, for fear of ruining this beautiful moment. However, Luo Wuqing's back was facing everyone. This smile only bloomed for one person. Hearing this, on the ground, the Supreme Elder and the others were stunned for a few seconds before they reacted. Their faces changed and their eyes were filled with deep shock. Their expressions were very interesting. Ancestor is a pitiful man. Coincidentally, I have a green hat that the 38th princess gave me. I think I should give it to Ancestor. Ancestor is more suitable for it than me. Sigh, Ancestor is a pitiful man. The King of Kingdom of God sighed and silently took out a green hat. It was green and shiny. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder and the others' expressions changed. They all seemed to have discovered something strange. King of Kingdom of God, you are also a pitiful man. Ancestor is the pitiful man. Why are you looking at me? The King of Kingdom of God was confused. Sigh. Zhu Yuanbo sighed deeply and said with a melancholy tone, Ancestor is really pitiful. When he returns to Sky Spirit Region, I will definitely treat him to a full horse banquet. After all, he will only have the strength to cry when he is full. Supreme Elder, are you a devil? Roar. At this moment, a furry paw appeared on Zhu Yuanbo's shoulder. It seemed to be patting him comfortingly. Zhu Yuanbo was stunned and subconsciously turned his head. Damn. Brother Shabi, it's you. Roar. The ceiling flame Lion King roared twice and then wrote a lion character. He raised a small sign and said, Correction, Master Lion is now Shabi, the great Demolish Heaven Gate sect leader, the founder of the Demolish Word Art. Do you understand? Although I don't know what it is, it seems very powerful. Zhu Yuanbo said and then moved closer. Oh right, Brother Shabi, Ancestor was cuckolded. Roar, Master Lion is now called Shotien. Sigh, Brother Shabi, I really pity the Patriarch. Roar, Master Lion is called Shotien, Brother Shabi. Roar, angry out of humiliation. By the way, Brother Shabi, when did you return to the heavenly spirit domain? Howling grass. I'll bite you to death. In the sky. The young man took a step into the void and appeared beside Luo Wuqing. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. The entire process was smooth and practiced. F***CK. Seeing this scene, the onlookers below widened their eyes. That person actually hugged the Empress in his arms. Most importantly, the Empress didn't struggle. She didn't struggle at all. Ancestral Master, rest in peace. Patriarch, don't cry. Be strong. The grassland of the human world, hey, who's so wicked to even sing? At this moment, the group of people who saw this scene in the Tianmo cult exploded like a pot of boiling water. None of them could remain calm. Haha, can't you all be quiet? Give them some space to be quiet. At this moment, the melodious voice that sounded like a silver bell rang out behind everyone. The Supreme Elder and the others were stunned for a moment. They turned around one by one and saw Su Yuyaro standing behind them. Beside her was a white-clothed woman holding a black bell. She was quietly standing to the side. Holy Lord, you're back? The group of people was a little surprised. Su Yuyaro smiled and nodded. I remember that the Holy Lord went to the firmament territory to find the Patriarch, right? Since the Holy Lord is back, does that mean the Patriarch is back too? That guy in the sky. The more the Supreme Elder spoke, the stranger his expression became. Hearing this, the Patriarch and the others fell silent for a few seconds. Ha ha ha. What did I just say? I didn't say anything. What a coincidence, so did I must have lost my memory. Yes, I didn't say anything. I'm Sharpie, so I said the Patriarch was cuckolded. Yes, Fortunately, I'm not, so I didn't say anything. Ahem. It seems that everyone has lost their memory. The Supreme Elder coughed dryly and winked at the group of people. If the Patriarch found out that they were spreading rumors about the Patriarch being cuckolded, they were finished. No. You just said the Patriarch was cuckolded. Zhu Yuanbo looked at the crowd with an innocent face. Get lost. In an instant. The group of people's faces darkened. In the sky. The two of them hugged tightly. Ning Tian buried his head in her hair and unscrupulously smelled the familiar scent. After a while, he raised his head and looked into the eyes of the person he had missed for a long time. Honey, did you miss me? Ning Tian's lips curved into a smirk. Luo Wuqing didn't say anything. Her pretty face was still cold, but there was a trace of different emotions in the depths of her eyes. She nodded and opened her red lips slightly. I miss, she saw. Before she finished speaking, Ning Tian's face suddenly enlarged in her eyes. Her bright red lips were captured by Ning Tian. Woo woo, she gently hammered Ning Tian's back with her lily-white hand and symbolically struggled for a while. But when she felt the familiar scent, she quickly stopped struggling and responded in a somewhat unfamiliar but serious manner. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but smile. This silly wife, they were obviously an old couple, but she was still so distant. At this moment, the wind was lonely and quiet. It was as if heaven and earth were cooperating with this pair of people they had met for a long time. Below. The group of people of the Tianmo cult looked at this scene. Although they felt a little jealous, they all laughed foolishly, their eyes full of gratification. Suyuyaro snorted and licked her red lips. She also wanted a kiss. Although she was a little jealous, the corners of her mouth still rose. After a long time, their lips parted. The two breathed a little heavily and looked at each other silently. Hee. Looking at the blush hidden under the cold face, Ning Tian's lips curved into a smirk. He looked at Luo Wuqing and laughed. Hee, wife, do you want to do it again? Is that so? Luo Wuqing smiled beautifully and looked at Ning Tian with her beautiful eyes. Her lily-white hands had already skillfully placed on the soft flesh of his waist. Ha ha. We have time to talk about life, ha ha ha. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. Even if they hadn't seen each other for half a year, his wife was still that familiar wife. On the ground. At this time, the people of the Tianmo cult finally reacted. They all looked at Ning Tian with bright eyes, their eyes full of excitement, and their faces flushed red with excitement. It's the founder. The founder is finally back. That man, he's back. Chapter 436. That man was back. The disciples of the Tianmo cult widened their eyes in excitement. At this moment, they felt that their faith had returned. Senior brother, who is that man? A junior sister who had just joined the sect blinked her big eyes and looked curiously at the young man who was holding the Empress in the sky. Why did his appearance make her senior brothers and sisters so happy? Junior sister, that man is the Patriarch. He is the faith of the Tianmo cult and the entire Tianling region. You just came out and don't know anything. The Patriarch is a legend. The senior brother of the Tianmo cult said with a smile. His gaze fell on the young man in the sky, full of fanaticism. Legend, the junior sister's eyes widened and she muttered to herself. She felt as if there was a deer running around in her heart. Which girl didn't yearn for love? She suddenly had a lot of associations in her heart. Everyone, long time no see. I'm back. In the sky, Ning Tian gently released Luo Wuqing. There was a trace of a smile on her lips as she looked at the crowd. The aura on her body dissipated, and a smiling face appeared before the crowd. Why do I feel that the Patriarch has become more handsome? Yes. He's only a little more handsome than me, Zhu Yuanbo. But the Patriarch is also a ruthless person. He made himself a cuckold. Below, exclamations continued to sound. You shocked Zhu Yuanbo. You shocked the Grand Elder. You shocked the Lord of the Heavenly Nation. Host has achieved an achievement. You made yourself a cuckold. You are rewarded with 100 million points. At this time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Ning Tian's mouth twitched and he fell silent. When did I make myself a cuckold? Are you sure it's not your imagination? Also, what the hell is this 100 million points? The system said seriously, with 100 million points, the host's mind will become stronger. This way, you will be invincible, and then… I'm sorry, this system can't continue. Laughing. Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Speaking of which, didn't you all imagine a lot of dirty things just now? Ning Tian revealed a kind smile as he looked at the Grand Elder and the others. Seeing this smile, the Grand Elder and the others were stunned for a moment, and their hearts immediately trembled. Something was wrong. Why was the Patriarch smiling so strangely? Patriarch's smile is so kind. At the side, Zhu Yuanbo still didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. He looked at Ning Tian and said, "That's right. The Grand Elder and the others said that you were cuckolded. What a pitiful man." Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled even more kindly. F***CK Heavenly Treasure Holy Master, I suggest that your Holy Son strengthen his intelligence. What Holy Son? The Heavenly Treasure Holy Land doesn't have a Holy Son. The Supreme Elder and the others were going crazy. Aya. We haven't seen each other for half a year, and your strength doesn't seem to have improved much. In the sky, Ning Tian looked at everyone with a smile. Then, during my time in the Heavenly Spirit region, I will give you all some devil training. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and they wanted to cry. Damn it. Do you think everyone is a genius like you? You want to improve in half a year? Dream on. Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing and said with a smile, "Okay, honey, I think you all must have a lot of questions. Let's go to the demonic palace and talk slowly." Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded and coldly said, "Okay." In the main hall, the old acquaintances of the Heavenly Spirit region all sat down, and their eyes fell on Ning Tian. And they also noticed a new face standing beside Su Yuyaro, Bai Liu, who was quietly holding the death bell. In the main hall, Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing with a smile and said slowly, "Honey, you definitely can't imagine that I came back a few days ago, and, however." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Wuqing. Her cold voice sounded. "Furthermore, you went to drive out those extraterrestrial powers." Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned. Huh? What? So, the enemy that Zhu Yuanbao spoke of is Patriarch? Everyone was shocked. Boo-hoo. On the side, Zhu Yuanbo turned sideways and whistled as if nothing had happened. Hiss, honey, how did you know? Could it be that you read the script? Ning Tian frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. No. Luo Wuqing shook her head slightly. Yu Yaro told me. Huh? Ning Tian was silent for a moment and looked at Su Yuyaro on the side. Shock. He was stabbed in the back by his little wife. It's over. Is this the moment they return to the Heavenly Spirit region? The little wife and little wife are united. At this moment, Su Yuyaro was also looking at him. While giggling, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Honey, there's nothing we can do about it. The moment we stepped into the Heavenly Spirit region, Wuqing noticed it. Su Yuyaro spread her hands. Hearing this, Ning Tian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his wife's strength had improved a lot. He deliberately chose a place furthest away from the Tianmo cult to appear, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't escape Luo Wuqing's perception. Although part of the reason was related to the small size of the Heavenly Spirit region, it was also related to Luo Wuqing's improvement in strength. You shocked everyone. Reward, Devil Training Card. Devil Training Card, start training to improve strength. While leading everyone in cultivation, everyone's cultivation speed will be increased by 2 times. The host's cultivation speed will be increased by 5 times. Everyone's spiritual energy can be used to replenish the host. The more people there are, the more replenishment there will be. Oh! Hearing the system's voice, Ning Tian's lips curled up into a smile. He looked at everyone with a slightly meaningful gaze. Hiss! Instantly, the Supreme Elder and the others trembled. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. The Patriarch was so kind. But Patriarch, although you've chased them away, will these people regret it and come to take revenge? At this moment, the ruler of the divine nation frowned as if he had thought of something. Hearing this, The Supreme Elder and the others also frowned. The Patriarch did feel good to chase away these extraterritorial forces, but would this cause bad things? What did I chase them away? I didn't do it. It was the Blood Devil region. It was the One-Eyed Demon clan. What does it have to do with me? Ning Tian smiled innocently. Everyone was stunned. Then, Ning Tian slowly explained everything that had happened. A few minutes later. F***CK. Amazing, really amazing. As expected of the Patriarch, his means are really amazing. Haha, I was fortunate enough to experience the Patriarch's means, the ruler of the divine nation said proudly. Ruler, your hat is crooked. Heh. I don't have a hat. The ruler of the divine nation was dumbfounded. At the side, in the main hall, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. The corners of her mouth curled up. She murmured, "This guy is really likable." Jumping to the next stage, the plot may be more normal. Chapter 437. Ning Tian exterminated the One-Eyed Demon clan for her, and she was touched. However, miss, aren't you going to explain yourself? Luo Wuqing moved closer, his voice cold. His jade-like hands were already placed on the soft flesh on Ning Tian's waist. You don't have to worry about me, I'll just hug myself. Bai Liu said quietly, then hugged herself and hid in a corner. Hey! What's going on? This lady is inexplicably cute. In the main hall, a group of people saw this scene and widened their eyes. Then think about it. She's a demigod. Su Yuyaro said quietly. Sorry to disturb you. Everyone laughed awkwardly and looked at Bai Liu, who had an indifferent expression and was quietly hugging the death bell. They were a little shocked in their hearts. No one had expected that this white-clothed lady was actually an expert at the demigod level. His ancestor is amazing. To be able to abduct such a powerful person, she's indeed a role model for our generation. Around them, voices kept ringing. Hearing these voices, Ning Tian knew that something was wrong. He could clearly feel that a certain lady's gaze was getting colder and colder. Moreover, the hand on his waist was also exerting some strength. Cough cough. Ning Tian coughed and looked at Luo Wuqing's cold eyes and said with a smile. Wife, are you jealous? Jealous? How is that possible? Luo Wuqing sneered, there was a trace of panic in her cold voice. No, you are. No, I'm not. No, you are. No, I'm not. At the side, a group of people watched with interest. Are you two playing with the Russian dolls? Okay, actually, this is what happened. After an unknown period of time, Ning Tian smiled and leaned over to Luo Wuqing's ear. Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, he softly told her what happened at the Black Death Mountain. When Ning Tian's voice sounded in her ear, Luo Wuqing suddenly felt a little numb. Something was wrong, and her longing for this guy exploded. Even if the Empress was cold, she couldn't hide her passion in front of Ning Tian. This guy's chest is so warm. Luo Wuqing leaned gently against Ning Tian's chest. The corners of his mouth curled up as he muttered to himself. Wife. Wife. Did you hear what I just said? When Ning Tian finished speaking, she looked at Luo Wuqing, who was in a daze. She tried calling out to him a few times. Huh. Luo Wuqing came back to her senses and blushed. She quickly returned to her usual coldness. I heard. I also know about Bai Liu. As for that endless sea, let me know when you plan to go. I'll go with you. I'm worried. Her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian and said seriously. Okay. Looking at Luo Wuqing's sudden panic and clumsily covering up her panic, Ning Tian couldn't help but laugh. This silly wife is too cute, isn't she? Wife. It's been hard on you for the past 6 months. Ning Tian gently hugged Luo Wuqing and felt that soft body. Suddenly, a long-lost sense of familiarity came up. Yes, I haven't hugged her for a long time, but my wife is still as soft and fragrant as before. Hearing those gentle words, Luo Wuqing's body trembled. Her heart couldn't help but soften, and her body was a little hot. This appearance, obviously, she was moved. Love. By the way, don't you need to cultivate? At this moment. In the main hall. Su Yueyao's voice sounded. She looked at the crowd with a smile on her face. Cultivate? I just finished cultivating yesterday. The group of people didn't understand. Really? Su Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer. Then, she giggled and looked at Bai Liu. Bai Liu, do you want to show them what the sound of the death bell is? The sound of the death bell. Bai Liu was suddenly interested. Her jade-like hand quietly stroked the death bell in her arms. Wait. I suddenly want to cultivate. I can't control the power in my body. I'm going to cultivate the sunflower scripture. Well, count me in too. As soon as they saw Bai Liu stroking the death bell in her arms, the Supreme Elder and the others in the main hall couldn't stay calm. Although they didn't know what that thing was, it looked strange. It was better to run away first. Soon, the group of people walked out of the main hall. In the main hall, only Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing, Su Yuyaro, and Bai Liu were left. He, husband, Wuqing, you can continue. Su Yuyaro giggled. She didn't give Ning Tian a chance to speak and pushed the confused Bai Liu out of the main hall. Don't you want to listen to the sound of the death bell? Well, I'll listen to it when I have the chance. Okay, Ovo. The two women's voices gradually faded away. There was a loud rumble. Su Yuyaro was very considerate and closed the door for the two of them. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's mouth slightly lifted. His heart was full of gratitude. As expected of a small wife. Hubby didn't spoil you for nothing. When the chance comes, I'll reward you well. He lowered his head slightly and gently hugged Luo Wuqing in his arms. Wife. He said. Luo Wuqing nodded. Her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Ning Tian smirked and whispered something in her ear. Suddenly, Luo Wuqing's pretty face blushed. She buried her head in Ning Tian's chest and grabbed the clothes on his chest. Wife, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Ning Tian's mouth raised a trace of a smirk. His hands were also a little naughty. Wait. At this moment. Luo Wuqing's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito, sounded from the side. She raised her eyes slightly. Her beautiful eyes were as gentle as the Luo River. Don't be here. Let's go back to the room. As soon as these words came out, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of heat. Like an imperial edict, he instantly held Luo Wuqing in his arms, then stepped into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the room, Luo Wuqing was lying on the bed, looking at Ning Tian. Husband, what are you waiting for? Even the cold Luo Wuqing couldn't control her inner thoughts of Ning Tian at this moment. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After hearing this sentence, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism. Then, he directly pounced on her. When dry wood meets a raging fire. Naturally, one would understand. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. These days, the Supreme Elder and the others found a very serious problem. That was, in these days, the Patriarch, the Empress, and the Holy Lord inexplicably disappeared. They couldn't find them no matter how hard they tried. It was really strange. The author's words, the new year is over. Thank you for your support for this book this year. Thank you again. I wish you a happy 2021 in advance. Get rich quickly and become a god of study. It will be even better. Sleep early. Good night. Chapter 438. At the Tianmo cult. On the Heavenly Devil Square, a group of disciples were cultivating, and Zhu Yuanbao was supervising their cultivation. The Sealing Flame Lion King was also by his side, with an imposing manner. It had been very obedient these days. It had no intention of tearing down the Tianmo cult's buildings. The buildings were very intact. According to Shuo Tian, that was. Master Lion was not the kind of lion who would tear down a house casually. After all, you have to be careful when tearing down a house. Master Lion also has to be careful when tearing down a house. It is not because I am afraid of the Empress that I am so obedient. That was it. Master Lion would bite anyone who disagreed. Brother Shuo Tian, where do you think the Ancestral Master, the Empress, and the Holy Master went? I haven't seen them for a few days. Zhu Yuanbo said doubtfully. At this moment, his face was bruised and swollen. He had also changed the way he addressed the Sealing Flame Lion King. However, he did not change it because the Sealing Flame Lion King beat him up. The injuries on his face were caused by the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Lord. That day, he warmly invited Brother Shaw by to the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground. However, he soon regretted it. When the golden light appeared in the sky, the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a result, he was hung up and beaten by the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Lord and was forced to change the way he addressed him. Roar! Roar! The Sealing Flame Lion King roared twice in a serious manner. He took out the small notebook that he always carried with him and started writing in the shape of a lion. When they saw this scene, many disciples in the surroundings widened their eyes in shock. What the hell? A demonic lion was writing? What was going on? Hey, you guys probably don't know, right? On the training ground, a senior brother smiled and looked at the group of junior brothers and sisters. He then pointed at the Sealing Flame Lion King and whispered, "That is the Sealing Flame Lion King, the Ancestral Master's right-hand man." It said that the Flaming Lion King played a significant role in the battle against the true demon at the Jade Lake. It said that he used a demonic beast technique called righteous energy. He helped the Ancestral Master and the Empress kill the true demon. What? Who would have thought that such a small creature would have such an ability? Sure enough, those who can follow by Patriarch's side are definitely not ordinary people. It's a pity that I'm not a demonic beast. Otherwise, I would also want to learn that overwhelming righteousness demonic beast secret art. That's a secret art that can even defeat a true devil. Hearing this senior brother's words, the group of ignorant junior brothers and sisters all widened their eyes. Chimph, what's this? The Patriarch has left behind a magnificent legacy in the entire heavenly spirit realm. The senior brother's lips curled into a smile as he proudly looked at his junior brothers and sisters who were chattering around him. Really? Senior brother, tell us about it. We also wish to know about the deeds of our ancestor. Well, I won't be able to explain it in a short time. We'll explain it to you slowly after the cultivation is over. Yay. You're reading on Novelful, thanks. At the side. Zhu Yuanbo's eyes widened when he saw the lion-shaped words written on the small book held by the flame-sealing Lion King. His eyes were filled with deep shock as he gasped. Brother Shotian, you mean, after your analysis of the spiritual qi transfer, the Patriarch's emotions, the Empress's fear, and a series of other complicated theories, you discovered that the Patriarch, the Empress, and the Holy Lord are probably doing something grand and sacred? Moreover, this kind of thing can only be done between husband and wife. Most importantly, they have to take off their clothes to do this kind of thing. Zhu Yuanbo looked shocked. Roar, roar. The flame-sealing Lion King nodded heavily. Master Lion's analysis could not be wrong. I see. Hiss. I didn't expect the Patriarch to be so evil. Zhu Yuanbao sucked in a breath of cold air, gritted his teeth, and said with an indignant look, "The Patriarch actually didn't tell me that he knew how to use the fire cupping technique. Recently, I've been feeling weak. This won't do. When I find the Patriarch, I will definitely make him give me a fire pot." That's right. The thing that Shou Tian analyzed was cupping. Somewhere in the void, a huge battleship was floating in the void. It had been staying in the void for several days. It had to be said. With this void ship, it was really convenient. Not only could one step into the void, but the void ship did not lack anything. There were rooms, soft beds, and so on. This was great. In the room. Chew. A sneeze was heard. Ning Tian touched his nose and muttered, "Which bastard is talking bad about me?" As a celestial the Archrealm expert, unless he ate poison or got poisoned, it was impossible for him to catch a cold like this. If he sneezed, it meant that someone was talking bad about him. Could it be Old Shu? I don't know if that guy escaped from the blood demon territory. Ning Tian murmured, but he did not care. He turned over and tried to hug Luo Wuqing, but Luo Wuqing dodged him. She rolled her eyes at Ning Tian angrily. "I'm tired. Go find Yu Yaro." Yu Yaro, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He looked at Su Yuyaro, who was sleeping soundly, and held his forehead helplessly. This woman looked fierce, but in fact, she was tired in a short while. But looking at the vigilant Luo Wuqing, Ning Tian pursed his lips. These demigod realm experts did not seem to be a match for him. By the way, wife. At this moment, Ning Tian thought of something and shuddered. He approached Luo Wuqing. What do you want? Luo Wuqing hugged the quilt with a vigilant expression to protect herself. It was not that she disliked Ning Tian, but this guy was like a bull. There was no end to it. I want, no. Ning Tian answered instinctively. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. He coughed dryly and touched his nose. Luo Wuqing's pretty face blushed. This guy, what do you want to say? She raised her eyes slightly and looked at Ning Tian. I have a gift for you. Ning Tian chuckled. Then, he mysteriously took out an item from his storage ring. When the black light covering it dissipated, a corset of armor appeared in front of Luo Wuqing. Wife, this is for you. Luo Wuqing was silent for a moment. Then, she looked at Ning Tian with disdain. Are you a pervert? No. No, you are. No. Thus, the husband and wife carried out their daily conversation. After a while, stop. Ning Tian reached out his hand and quickly stopped her. Then, he smiled helplessly. Wife, this is a special way of giving gifts in my hometown. It is said that this is the way to give a woman you love. Luo Wuqing looked at Ning Tian suspiciously. Why haven't I heard that there is such a strange way in the Tianxian continent? Cough. The Tianxian continent is so big. Wife, you definitely don't know everything. Ning Tian coughed dryly and spouted nonsense with a straight face. Okay, come, try it. How about, hubby will wear it for you personally. Get lost, author's words. Dear cute and handsome readers, Happy New Year's Day. I will go to sleep for the first time in 2021. When I wake up, I will continue to update Tilda. Chapter 439. In the room. Looking at the black breastplate in Ning Tian's hands, Luo Wuqing frowned and fell into a long silence. She was trying to convince herself that her husband was not a pervert. However, in the profound sky world, there was no habit of giving women breastplates. Hee. Wife, why are you in a daze? This is a good thing. This breastplate should be a divine artifact. But with your strength, it will be difficult for you to fully display the characteristics of a divine artifact. Ning Tian said with a smile. After all, for a divine artifact to fully display its functions, one must at least have the same strength. Divine artifact. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing was stunned. After not seeing him for half a year, her husband even had a divine artifact. What did he do? A divine artifact. Ning Tian said and then reached out his hand to touch Luo Wuqing's body. He quickly retracted his hand. The size is suitable. I remember correctly. Only you can wear this breastplate. Luo Wuqing gritted her teeth and her face was slightly red. This guy's perverted hand suddenly reached over. All right. Wife, try it. Ning Tian said impatiently. He swore that it was not because he wanted to see his wife change clothes. He just wanted to see the power of this breastplate. Yes. That was it. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly and then reached out her hand to take the breastplate from Ning Tian. But the moment she took it, her expression suddenly turned cold. Then, the spirit energy behind her turned into a pair of scissors. She raised her eyes and looked at Ning Tian. The corner of her mouth raised into a cold arc. My dear husband, don't you have any explanation for this corset armor? Cough cough. Hearing this, Ning Tian coughed and his old face darkened. Ahaha. Luo Wuqing's mouth raised into a smile and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stood up slightly and walked towards Ning Tian, gently pressing on his body. If you don't say it properly, I'm afraid. Then, her hand reached out to a place. Hiss. Ning Tian's body trembled. Looking at the peerless face in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Speak. Or not. Luo Wuqing came over, almost lying on his chest. Cough cough, tell me. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Although the current position was very comfortable, if the spirit scissors on his wife's back weren't careful, there was a possibility that he and his wife would be separated from each other. Then, he told them about the Death Overlord. So that's how it is. Luo Wuqing got up from Ning Tian's body and retracted his hand. He glanced at Ning Tian and said, "You stole someone's armor while you were at it. Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? You are a pervert. Aren't you? Hey, how can you always say that your husband is a pervert?" Ning Tian snappily complained. "I said, that was just an accident. There was no other way." He couldn't say that it was the system's fault. He could only take the blame himself. Luo Wuqing snorted and then looked at the breastplate in her hand. Her eyebrows relaxed slightly and the corner of her mouth raised slightly. "All right then, I'll accept this gift." "Huh? Wife, don't you dislike things that others have used?" Ning Tian was a little surprised. As an empress, Luo Wuqing naturally had her cold pride. She never liked things that others have used. However, he was an accident. Being able to share a husband with Su Yuyaro was also an accident. I learned it from you. After all, it's a divine artifact. It would be a waste if I don't take it. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Luo Wuqing said with an innocent face. Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He wasn't a chicken. Luo Wuqing's mouth raised into a smile. There was a trace of warmth in her heart. She didn't say anything because this thing was given to her by Ning Tian. She couldn't bear to reject it. "All right. Quickly turn your back. I'm going to change my clothes," Luo Wuqing said and urged. "Oh, okay." Although Ning Tian replied with an "oh," he didn't move his body. It was obvious that he didn't want to turn his body. He wanted to see what she could do to him. Luo Wuqing was silent for a moment. Then, after looking at Ning Tian lovingly, a rustling sound could be heard. A touch of white jade, soft and tender. Ning Tian looked at it with great interest. Anyway, he wasn't looking at other women. It shouldn't be a problem to look at his wife, right? After a while. Is it nice? Luo Wuqing covered her breasts with her hands and asked Ning Tian with a blush on her pretty face. "You're blocking this. How can I look at it?" Ning Tian facepalmed. The next moment, Luo Wuqing put down her hands. "It's nice." Ning Tian looked over. Her taste was indeed right. When first wife wore it, it was really perfect. Not a single bit more. It was just right. "That's good." Luo Wuqing breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ning Tian stroked his chin and pondered seriously for a moment before saying, "However, how powerful is this god artifact? Do you want me to give it a try? Even if you punch it, it's useless. Even if I don't wear it, your punch won't cause any harm to me," Luo Wuqing said very straightforwardly. Ning Tian was silent and then looked at Luo Wuqing seriously. "I think you're looking down on me." "No." When Luo Wuqing spoke, her eyes obviously looked to the left with a guilty look. "It seems that I still need to restore my position as the husband." Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's face darkened. His wife was rebelling. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just restoring my position as the husband," Ning Tian said casually. When Su Yuyaro woke up and saw the two people beside her, she also joined the battle. According to her, she would not allow Luo Wuqing to be bullied by Ning Tian, so she wanted to share the burden with her. A few days later. Tianmo cult. Boo-hoo. Ancestral Master, I finally get to see you. I missed you so much. When Ning Tian, Luo Wuqing, and Su Yuyaro appeared in the Tianmo cult square, Zhu Yuanbo rushed over without saying a word, wiping his tears and snot. "What are you trying to do?" Ning Tian pushed him away with a look of disgust. "What was this damn fatty trying to do?" Ancestral Master, Zhu Yuanbo looked at Ning Tian with embarrassment and blushed a little. "Hey, why is a man like you blushing?" He took off his clothes and turned his back to Ning Tian. "Ancestral Master, come on. I need you to cuff me." Ning Tian was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhu Yuanbo with a strange expression. Was this guy crazy? "Ancestral Master, quick. I can't control the power in my body anymore. My back will only bloom for you. Zhu Yuanbo blushed and said to Ning Tian. Get lost. Feeling the strange gazes of his two wives, Ning Tian's face darkened. He kicked Zhu Yuanbo away. Of course, he did not use any strength. Otherwise, he would have kicked him to death. Soon, Zhu Yuanbo turned into a shooting star and disappeared. Wow, oh. Senior brother Zhu Yuanbo is really fat and can fly. Seeing this scene, a group of disciples who were cultivating in the heavenly devil square widened their eyes in admiration. In the future, they also wanted to fly like this. Chapter 440. Inside the heavenly demon hall. Everyone, I haven't seen you for so many days. Have you been cultivating well? Ning Tian smiled as he looked at the Supreme Elder and the others below. While speaking, he noticed that except for the Supreme Elder, everyone else's face was a bit ugly. That expression seemed to be depressed. Roar. At this moment, there was a lion's roar. They saw. A little lion proudly passed by the entrance of the hall. In an instant, except for the Supreme Elder, everyone's eyes became bitter as they gritted their teeth and looked at the little lion. As for why it was like this. After all, aside from the Sky Demon cult, every other sect had seen the golden radiance of the word demolish in the sky. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian immediately reacted. It seems that Shou Tian didn't forget to cultivate the word dismantle during this period of time. Oh right. Where's Bai Liu? Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something and looked around. After relaxing for a while, it was time to prepare to go to the Endless Sea region. Miss Bai Liu. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder and the others were taken aback and scratched their heads. It seems, I don't seem to have seen Miss Bai Liu during this period of time. Hey, now that you mention it, I don't seem to have seen Miss Bai Liu. In the hall, a group of people were discussing. Could it be that Bai Liu returned to the Black Earth Dead Mountain? Ning Tian frowned slightly and murmured. He guessed in his heart. Could it be that he disappeared for a few days and Bai Liu directly returned to the Black Earth Dead Mountain? I'm here. At this moment, Bai Liu's calm voice sounded. In the dark, Bai Liu hugged the dead bell and squatted in the corner. There was a layer of dust on the dead bell, and there was also a layer of dust on her head. Sure enough, the dead bell was her original body. Bai Liu, why are you squatting here? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian couldn't help but be stunned. This girl, how long has she been squatting in the hall? As for why she was squatting in the dark corner, it had to do with her being in a dark place like the Black Earth Dead Mountain all year round. So cute. Su Yueyao's eyes lit up at the sight of Bai Liu. Oh, I'm waiting for you, Bai Liu casually said. Then, she stood up and gently wiped away the dust that had accumulated on the death bell in her arms. At the same time, the dust on her head also disappeared. Everyone was shocked. As expected, Death Bell is White Willow's true body. Bai Liu, I need you to do me a favor. Cultivate for a period of time. After you're fully prepared, it's about time to leave for the Endless Sea realm, Ning Tian said in a deep voice as he looked at Bai Liu. Help, what do you want me to do? Bai Liu walked over with Death Bell in his arms. It's simple. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. He looked at the group of people in the hall and said, You will know later. None of these people will be able to escape. The Supreme Elder and the others in the hall were stunned when they saw the founding ancestor's smile, and then they suddenly recalled the devilish training that the founding ancestor had spoken of. This was probably the reason why they were called over today. In an instant, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Bai Liu, later, you just have to play the sound of the death bell. Play it however you want. Don't worry. Even if it dies, I have a way to save it. Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the crowd. Hiss. In an instant, the group of people felt a chill in their hearts. Let's go, everyone. Ning Tian slowly got up, and the smile on his face became more and more brilliant. Seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro helplessly held their foreheads. After torturing the two of them, it seemed that Ning Tian was going to torture the Supreme Elder and the others, dozens of minutes later. In a mysterious space. Founding Ancestor, where is this? The Supreme Elder looked around. It was eerie and strange, And he was trembling. The Tianmo cult, the supreme kingdom of God, the heavenly treasure Holy Land, the great compassion palace, and other forces that belong to the Tianmo cult were all in this strange space. A place that can make you stronger. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. This was the training space created by using the Devil's Training card. With so many people coming in, there should be a lot of spiritual energy replenishing me, right? Seeing so many people, Ning Tian smiled helplessly. It seemed that the Supreme Elder and the others were also ruthless people. He casually said that they could bring others in to train together. However, this group of people pulled a large group of people in with the spirit that they would rather die than die with their fellow Taoists and die together. Especially the Lord of the Heavenly Kingdom, this guy didn't even let go of his youngest prince. Everyone, get ready. Ning Tian looked at the crowd with a kind smile, then looked at Bai Liu who was holding the death bell beside him and said, Bai Liu, let's begin. Play the death bell to your heart's content. Okay. Bai Liu nodded and touched the death bell with her jade-like hand. Dong. With the addition of the death bell, the originally devilish training space became even more brutal. The sound of crying continued to ring out, while Ning Tian and the others were undergoing the devilish training. The leaders of the major domains were furious. The experts they had sent out were either dead or injured. They had thought that the celestial spirit domain, which was the smallest of the 9 domains, would dare to do such a thing. However, they were even more furious when they found out the truth. Damn it! The one-eyed devil clan of the Blood Devil region dared to be so arrogant. Even if the devil clan was one of the 3 clans in the profound sky world, they couldn't go against the 9 regions. So, the masters of the major regions became angrier and angrier, and they all moved towards the Blood Devil region. At the very least, they had to ask for an explanation. Their people couldn't die in vain. Blood Devil region. Palace. Palace Master, when can we leave this Blood Devil region? This place is too damn big. An expert of the Void God Heavenly Palace panted heavily and looked at the Void God Emperor with a hopeless expression. The Void God Emperor fell into silence. The Ancestral Master had been gone for almost a month. In this month, they had been hiding in the Blood Devil region, carefully hiding their aura. This was why they weren't discovered by the Devil Clan. However, he really wanted to ridicule them. Why was the Blood Devil region so big? It was fine if it was big, but they hadn't even seen the shadow of a transmission pillar after walking for a month. Were the Devil Clan so poor that they couldn't even build a transmission pillar? Damn it! Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Many experts appeared in the sky. Damn it! Palace Master, look! Look! What is that? The experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace panicked. Shut up! Be quiet! I have eyes. I can see everything. The Void God Emperor scolded, and then looked at the sky with a shocked expression. Oh my God, so many experts from other regions came to the Blood Devil region? What exactly did the Blood Devil region do to incur the wrath of both men and gods? Chapter 441. At this moment, thunderous booms resounded in the blood-red sky of the Blood Devil region. Terrifying and powerful auras shrouded the area. That terrifying aura. It was enough to disperse the thick demonic energy in the area. Demons of the Blood Devil domain, get out here. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame the experts of the various domains for making things difficult for you. The roar was like a thunderclap that resounded in all directions. F***CK. Palace Master, what's going on? Hearing this, the experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace who were trying their best to hide their auras were shocked. Could it be that the demons of the Blood Devil region had dug up the ancestral graves of the experts of the other regions? I don't know. Hearing the expert of the Void God Heavenly Palace beside him, Old Void rolled his eyes in annoyance. You ask me? Who the F***CK do I ask? Don't say anything. Let me think. Emperor Void God frowned and said to the experts of Void God Heavenly Palace beside him with a solemn expression. At this time, he had to use his brain. Think. Palace Master, what are you thinking about? With your intelligence. Hearing that the Void God Emperor wanted to think, the experts of the Void God Heavenly Palace trembled. The palace master's strength was indisputable, but, with his intelligence, would he not screw them over? Shut up. The void god emperor scolded and frowned. All of you, quiet down. Let me think about what the ancestral master will do. Think about what the ancestral master will do. Hearing this, the experts of the void god heavenly palace almost cried. Palace master, what is the ancestral master's intelligence? What is your intelligence? How can it be the same? However, they could only think about it in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. At this time, when the roar resounded in the sky, the devil chi in the surroundings surged out, and in an instant, several terrifying devil clan figures appeared in the sky. Northern Frosty Region, Extreme Coldness Palace, Desolate Region, Sand God Race. Why didn't you stay in your spirit region? Why did you come to my blood devil region? A hoarse voice rang in the sky. He listed the experts of the various regions in one sentence. There was a trace of confusion and impatience in his voice. What are we doing? How interesting. Have you forgotten how arrogant your blood devil region was? In the sky. That cold laughter rang out. A silhouette made of sand and gravel flickered. One could even faintly see the sand and gravel flowing out from his eyes. Clan leader Shochyo, although our blood devil realm is arrogant, it seems that we haven't provoked so many experts recently, right? The hoarse voice sounded again, and the confusion in his words deepened. You really like to play dumb. Could it be that you really think that the fact that the blood devil realm sent a one-eyed devil expert to kill the spies that we sent to the heavenly spirit realm was flawless? Your blood devil region dares to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Or does the demon emperor not have the courage to admit it? In the sky, the experts from various domains sneered. If we didn't do it, then we didn't do it. Why would we admit it? Moreover, this has nothing to do with the devil emperor. The blood devil region was the lair of the devil race. In this region, there were the 3 royal families of the demon race, as well as the imperial family. However, the entire demon imperial tribe was preparing for the ancient road to becoming gods. Otherwise, how could these foreign experts be so arrogant? The foreign experts frowned when they saw how resolute the demon race expert was. Their hearts wavered a little. Logically speaking, the demon race wasn't stupid. They wouldn't openly provoke the other regions like this. Could it be, was there a trap? At this time, in a place below. I understand now. All of this was part of the ancestral master's plan. The void god emperor's eyes widened with excitement. The ancestral master must have predicted this. After all, he's close to the heavenly secret pavilion's lord. He must have learned the heavenly secret technique long ago and predicted today's scene. There must be a great use for us to stay here. Is that so? Hearing this, the experts from the Void God Heaven Palace were shocked. However, based on how ridiculous the ancestral master was, all of this might be related to him. Perhaps the ancestral master really did have a great use for them to stay here. F***CK. The ancestral master is awesome. Haha. So that's how it is. As expected of the ancestral master. The Void God Emperor's eyes shone with a blazing light. Then, Palace Master, what should we do now? The experts from the Void God Heaven Palace were still confused. Now, we have to think about what the Ancestral Master will do. If it's him, then he will. The Void God Emperor smiled confidently. He felt as if he was possessed by the Ancestral Master, and he had a bewitching confidence. In the sky. What you said seems to make some sense. Shochyo, the clan leader of the Sand God clan, muttered to himself. The experts behind him were confused. Could it be that they had made a mistake? I told you that my blood devil realm would never do such a thing. Before the hoarse voice of the devil race expert had even finished speaking, a miserable shriek suddenly came from below. Ah! Is there anyone who can save us? Hearing this. In an instant, everyone's gazes looked over. At the instant they looked over, their expressions all changed. Human experts. Old man Xianmo, you keep saying that your blood devil region didn't do such a thing. Why are there human experts in your blood devil region? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the group of people below. This, Xianmo ancestor was also confused. Who was this person? The Blood Devil region's teleportation pillar didn't show any signs of being used recently. Why was there a human here? Everyone, help. I'm the Palace Master of the Void God Heaven Palace in the Firmament Territory. Recently, I was attacked by the One-Eyed Demon clan in the Blood Devil region and was captured here. It took me a lot of effort to escape. The Void God Emperor thought about what the Ancestral Master would do, and his expression changed. Tears and snot flowed down his face. Right. He had to be shameless. However, he couldn't learn the Ancestral Master's level of shamelessness. Seeing the Palace Master like this, the experts of the Void God Heaven Palace were dumbfounded. F***CK. The Palace Master had turned into the Ancestral Master, the Void God Heaven Palace, the Firmament Territory, and the One-Eyed Demon clan. Hearing this key information, the experts of the other domains frowned, and their eyes turned cold. First, they sent people to bring the Void God Emperor and the others up. Then, they looked coldly at the confused Shenmo ancestor. As the saying goes, don't believe the words of demons. We almost fell into your trap. The Blood Devil region. Humph. What a Blood Devil region. See you on the ancient road to godhood. Your Blood Devil region won't have a good ending. The experts of the other domains snorted coldly. Although they couldn't destroy the entire Blood Devil region, they could create many obstacles on the ancient road to godhood. They would remember this grudge. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.